And thank you very much, Marta and Błażej. Just a few more information, just practical ones. The first one concerning our walk tomorrow, right? We meet here in this building, right? In the place where we, we're gathering all these places, right? And then we will be guided to the proper place in the villa, because it is not so easy to get there if you are not, living in Poznań. So we meet here at 9 tomorrow in the morning, right? And then we will have this walk, right? And the other information is coffee breaks and our lunch. It is very close to the same building in the bistro. So we will have, we will be taken there, yes, by us. And it's very close. And we do not have one presentation today. We do not have a presentation of Patrick. So this is why we just are not on a very high time pressure. We will need more time for the presentation and for the discussion, yes? Today. Okay? And can I see Kasper or Dominic? Okay, we can start recording now and streaming. Okay? And so it's a moment when we begin our workshop presentations, and the first keynote speaker will be presented and guided by Professor Błażej.
Thank you so much. So the stage is yours. So as we know, Professor Maciej Gdula is Professor of Sociology from University of Warsaw, who empirically was researching class issues in Poland. That's very important. He is the author of many books. One of them, co-edited with Przemysław Sadura, is Style życia i porządek klasowy w Polsce, Style of Life and Class Order in Poland. But as I said, he empirically was researching class issues in Poland and published a report about that, and then a book, which is very small but very important, New Authoritarianism, not authoritarianism, so it will be in English, New Authoritarianism. And I hope that he will talk about his research extensively. Probably I have to say that Maciej Gdula is not only professor of sociology from the University of Warsaw, but especially for our foreign guests. He has his political involvement as well. He was the member of Polish Parliament from 2019 for 4 years, and then he served as Deputy Minister of Higher Education in Poland. Okay, so he's a scholar, he's a little bit of a politician.
Used to be a politician.
Policymaker.
And now he's a scholar. So Maciej Gdula, the stage is yours.
Thank you. I would like to thank you for inviting me. It's a real honor for me to be here. I really appreciate that you are open to discussion with people coming from other disciplines. You are not only closed inside the boundaries of literary studies, but you are open for discussion. I think sociologists should be more open, as you are. I think we should discuss more. We should use other sources of knowledge on society, not only to stay on our structural studies or our work with people, our interviews, etc. I think this is also important. This meeting is also important as we need discussion and we need solidarity in humanities. I think we should cooperate more. We should speak up together. We should we should think about us a bit as a class. A bit as a class. I know that it's a little bit of overstatement, but we should think about our collective interests as academics, but also as participants of let's say dominated sector of dominant class. I did not have any contact with Błażej on his presentation, but I found many elements that he referred to very familiar to me and very dear. He started with quotes and also with quotes from Shakespeare. Right now, just 1 month ago, I finished the book on Shakespeare. That is like I'm using it to cope with, to understand what are our huge problems and how we should face it to avoid tragedy. I think that Shakespeare is not only the writer who refers to how tragedy is built, but also how to avoid it. And I will speak about it. I'm mentioning it right now as I want to go back to this in the conclusion. Okay. I was thinking a lot how to make a presentation today, as I don't want to bring up ready-made interpretations from sociology with some idea that we have a better insight into what the class is, what the class structure is, what is the class system, etc. I would like more to define some areas that are important, some processes that are crucial today when it comes to class relations. And I would like to have a discussion with you, if it's possible. I think I hope I will manage to close my presentation in 30 minutes. Okay, that's good. First, I want to briefly define my theoretical position. As Błażej said, that it is capitalism that we should refer to mainly when we think of the classes. My perspective is a bit Marxist when it comes to relations between the classes, when it comes to the sizes of it, to the actual sizes of it, how many people belong to class. I think this is the important Marxist idea related to his vision of polarization. Yeah? The polarization process is the process in which many people are becoming working class and other classes are shrinking. And that's why the revolution becomes possible and inevitable, in fact. I think this idea is really important and we should remember about it. And this I really appreciate. But my general perspective is more Bourdieusian. I mean, it's more related to Bourdieu idea that there is division into 3 classes, that there is an upper class, middle class, and popular class. And I delivered research based on these ideas, and I think it is working in Poland as it worked in France. But I'm not very orthodox with this, and I think when Janjan criticized structuralism in the literary studies, I would like to refuse the structuralism that is present in Bourdieu idea about how the relations between the classes are structured. As I think he is structuralist. We can talk about it later if you want. I don't want to go right now deeply into the theory. I have 5 areas in which I would like to present you what I think is important right now when it comes to what is happening with the classes. I will refer mainly to Poland, but I think it has some more universal meaning, more universal sense. First point is that we are having we are facing the rising of the middle class. And this is not only symbolic process, but it is also structural process. When we look, this is the privilege of social sciences and generally academia, that we can look at the processes in the long run. We don't have to, like journalists have to, like each day they have to deliver important article, important headline, etc. We don't have to. It's very, politicians are also pushed to present something new. Each week you have to deliver. Like, it's a relief not to be there when it comes to this. Like, you don't have to think each day what you should present to the public that is important. And when we look at the middle class from the perspective of the last 50 years, we have the structural process of the rise of the middle class. They are becoming bigger. I mean, more and more people are becoming middle class in the sense of character of work. It is non-manual work, and their position is related to also to certain ethos, to certain lifestyle, like Bourdieu would say, to certain habitus. We investigated that habitus 10 years ago, and from then, that moment, no, it was 50 years ago, oh my God, the time passes so fast. What is characteristic for this habitus in Poland? It is, for sure, ambition, that we want to become someone. Yeah? We are oriented towards the success. This is related to planning. We are planning our success, so we are going to have, we are studying, we are collecting points to present ourselves as a career, to present our life as a career. And this is related also to some kind of vision of the work that is based on order, that everything should be ordered, right? There should be, for example, when we ask people about the roads for bicycles, the people from the middle class, unlike people from the upper class and from the popular class, said that it should, of course, it should be separated from the pavement and from the road. A simple thing. There should be separate lines for bicycles. Popular class said that it doesn't matter. It's truly speaking, I can go everywhere, and it is expensive. We should not spend money on it. And the upper class said, oh, what I really like about bicycles is that I don't have to go on the line. I can go by the pavement, I can go through the park, I can be on the street. It is what I like. So, and the middle class was, oh, this is so important. And in many cultural practices, we have this order. When we say about this, that the middle class is growing, right now it is one third, 40% of the working force is the working force that can be called middle class. This, the size of the middle class is one thing, and the other thing is this symbolic hegemony of the middle class. Everyone wants to be middle class. When we look at the research, and this research is going constantly for the last, let's say, 20 years, majority of people, and not a small majority, not 55%, but almost 80% of people say, I am the middle class man. I'm the middle class. Only 16% of people say, I'm a working class man. I'm from the bottom, from the popular class, working class. And there was, I think, 5% of people declaring they belong to the upper class. So we have this, and this is the outcome of the research from 2020, 5 years ago. I think it is important. We should take it into. We have to face it when we think about classes. I think, for sure, in Poland, I think also elsewhere, that this middle class, the middle class identity, is the point of reference. Second thing that I consider important when it comes to class experience is the division inside the classes. Inside, like we have to encompass the divisions which are based on the ground of gender or cultural capital inside the classes. I think this is really important. When we, for example, I make research based on biographical interviews a lot. Like each year I'm having a seminar in which we are collecting biographical interviews with people coming from different classes. And I think that in these interviews we can see huge differences inside the classes. I will give you one example. I will start from one example. Divisions in the popular class, in the working class between men and women. It's really like, it's totally different experience. When you are a man from working class, you have problems in finding so-called recognized job. You can get a job which is quite well paid. You can be a worker. Yeah? Right now, workers in construction industry earn not less than university professors. Really, like it is what is happening for. It used to be other way, but today you can earn as university professor painting the walls. I like it. I mean painting. But they have problems in getting recognized job. Yeah? So the job that you can present as interesting, as something that your friends will envy. This is the problem. And they have a huge problem in connecting with girls. This is a problem. This is a problem for them, as many girls are moving to the middle class. And they are simply lonely. It is hard for them to make a girlfriend. But what is to be a working class girl? It's totally different experience. You are not that, girls are not that much focused on getting recognized jobs. And they have plenty of men they can meet. It's totally different. And we can see it in the interviews. The interviews with girls are the interviews, and of course you can say it's big, it's stereotype. Yeah, that women are focused more on romantic relations and men are more focused on work. But like in biographical narratives, it is like that. But their life is not touched with this problem of making social bonds. They have the wedding market, let's say, is totally different to men and women from the working class. So it's very sad when it comes to men, but it's very happy when it comes to women. And they make great narratives about women girls from the popular class. And they are not conservative at all. They are not conservative. Okay, I will. I'm telling this to show that not only the divisions between the classes, but also differences inside the classes are important to grasp the experience of people that is socially grounded in the classes. Okay, the third point, as Błażej said, I would probably refer to intelligentsia. Yes, this is my third point.
It was in your abstract, I suppose. That's
I see. I think that this is really something that is happening in Poland, is the diminishing power of intelligence. And I think that we don't want to face it as participants of the class. That we are not having enough courage to say, yeah, we are having less and less power. 20 years ago, 30 years ago, and of course in the communist era, intelligentsia was important, the voice of intelligentsia was important, their symbolic power was important. And right now, it is becoming less and less listened to. Being a professor is not so much recognized as it used to be. One important reason for this is that the structure of public sphere is changing. That we have new media, and in this new media, the position of intelligentsia is not granted anymore. When it was television, when it was press, that having the voice of professors, of academics, of writers was something. Yeah? Today, in social media, professors are not recognized so much anymore. In this new environment, we are not so listened to, and we were not prepared to be part of this public sphere. We still don't have an idea how to be important there. And it is hard as a participant of this sphere, as a politician mainly, but I know this is really hard. This is a hard job. Continuous, very very much focused on conflicts, very much focused, organized around moral panics. This is a really hard job. Not very nice place for intelligentsia. But the second thing is also like intelligentsia is diminishing also when it comes to money. University jobs are paid less and less. When we look at the wages in 2013, maximum the wage of the professor, so the highest possible wage at the academia was 3 times more than minimum wage. Now it's only 2. It used to be 140% of the mean wage in the economy. Right now, it is, I checked this out today in the morning, it is 112%. So it's almost equal to average wage in the economy. So intelligentsia is diminishing in symbolic power and in economic power as well. I think we should encompass this, face this process, name it, reflect on it, and that we are less and less important. I'm saying we, but it's also, of course, this is a problem of identity, naming it, organizing it. My idea about what is importantly going on in Poland is related to the critique of Bourdieu and his vision of dominance of the upper class and legitimate culture. And I think in Poland we have the hegemony of the middle class and euphemization of other class identities. I think the upper class in Poland tries to hide. This is the main strategy. Not to show yourself. It's safer, yeah. Not to be, and there are many reasons for that for sure. But one recent reason is that anti-establishment sentiment is the way of organizing people's emotions. In last elections, the representative of, let's say, democratic camp was very much criticized for knowing and using French language. He is not a real man, he's just an upper class boy. And it was important in showing that he cannot represent the whole community, as he's really particular, very particular, very too much educated, too much European, in fact, too much cosmopolitan. And I think that it works on in other areas. The upper class thinks that it is better to present themselves as a normal people, as a middle class people, dealing with middle class problems. But this is also important when it comes to popular class. And I want to be well understood. I don't want to present you the story of popular class that is. I don't want to present you the story that the middle class is the final class, the end of class, etc. But what I see when making interviews, biographical interviews with the young working class men, they want to become middle class people. They want to become entrepreneurs. And this is not that I like it. I would like them to be more working class, more militant, more like they should have articulated working class identity. But they don't want it. When they are saying about their dreams, they are saying, I want to be independent, finally. I want to be an entrepreneur. And I think that we should really digest it. And not to criticize them, not to say that they are betraying their class or something like that. But this is something that is happening. That they want to become someone, and that they want to become entrepreneurs. Of course, this affects working class identity as well. I think I will share with you one more observation. In Poland, we have the book on the experiences of women in the country of peasants. This book made huge volume of sold copies. Like I think half a million copies of the book. The peasant women. Yeah, it should be called the peasant women. And it was focused on suffering. And the suffering was sold as a middle class product. Look at them, their lives were so sad, full of pain. And now finally you are here reading about it, and you can think how happy you are. but I think that, and this is kind of distortion of the experience of the peasants and the popular class. I think that important thing that happened after 1945 was the privatization of land. The land of the aristocracy was splitted, it was given to the peasants. And this moment of independence was really important. Like it was totally anti-socialist, let's say. This was a Polish road to socialism. But it was like building a class of independent peasants. And this experience of independence, I think it is something that stays with us. And in many biographies of people coming from the popular class, this independence is an ideal. They are coming from of course, from the country. They are coming often from the country, and they are not peasants anymore, or the grandparents were peasants, but they think about themselves as people who should be independent, or they are striving for independence. And I think it is also something that we have to digest. Yeah, this experience of the popular class in Poland is not only the industrial experience, huge working class, or work with like unions, etc. Okay, and the last point. Time and class. I think that we should, it connects with the previous points. We should think, I suppose, we should think about what people dream about their future position. Like people are thinking where I can be in 10 years, where I can be in 20 years, where I can move. And this happened in the past. As I think often we think about working class in the past as a stable class, as a final point. But for many, many working class people, it was an upward mobility. Yeah? The workers were becoming workers coming out from the country, and it was going up. And they were thinking, this is the future. The future is the city, the future is the industry, the future is the machine. And they were building their future. They were moving from their social background as the past. They were thinking about the country, the small city, as the past, and bigger city, factory was the future. And we should think also today about the popular class as in that terms. They want to be the future class. They want to also have the future. They don't want to stay behind. It's hard, especially when you have like certain connection, sentimental connection to the working class identity to think about it, but they want to have a future as well. And I simply think that it's important. I see it in the interviews. And the other thing that I want to point out is that social reproduction, class reproduction, is related obviously with kids, with children. It is like having kids, getting them education, reproducing your position. In sociology, it is obvious that the one dimension of class is the reproduction, is the inheritance of position. And right now, 1/3 of the young population do not have kids. 1/3. It's not even the minority. You cannot see it is minority. No, it's 1/3. And what happens when 1/3 of the young people, I mean young, between 30 and 40, I'm not saying about 20 years old. Yeah, we are talking between 30 and 40 years old. So this is the moment when, like right now, the middle age, the mean age of having kids when you are young in Poland is 28. So I'm thinking about what is after 28. I think this is something that brings more individualistic thinking into your own biography. You are not thinking about kids, you are not thinking about their future, you are not thinking about their studies, about how to build the world for them, but you are thinking more about yourself. And I think it is very dangerous tendency. It is my unprogressive
Yeah. That's okay.
I used to be more edgy.
It's
in
very
my young
socialist,
years.
it's very socialist, keep it close
Yeah.
for the future.
And what can we do with this, with those processes, what happens with classes? I think that there are three possible positions as I see it. One is that we simply deliver knowledge. Good knowledge about what is happening, and people are using this knowledge to reflect about themselves. Like this thing, let's say class hermeneutics. Yeah? There are classes, guys. When you feel lonely being a working class guy, it is because of structural problems. Many women move to the middle class, and you are functioning in very crowded wedding market. So maybe don't be so sad. It's not about you. It's about structural issues. But we cannot do. We can't do much about it. As academics, as politicians, etc. The other two perspectives are more engaged, more political. One is my previous one. First is my previous one. 10 years ago, 15 years ago, I believe that articulation of class identities will lead to more conflicts, more transformative political process. But when we say there are class identities, there are working class people, popular class people that are they are suffering because of middle class discourse, middle class hegemony. The first thing is we will get them relief, but also we will mobilize them, for example, to fight for better social services, to more inclusive education, to be present in public, to work on better healthcare. And of course, we will try to organize people in unions and into collective actions, and they will fight for their rights. And this is the quest for academia. That we should be part of the articulation process. And that articulation serves the ruling classes, and articulation serves the underdogs, so we should be on the side of underdogs. I believed in it before entering politics. As some of my political experience made me think that it is very hard. It is a very hard quest, and this made me as one is much more realistic. I mean that when people from the popular class want to be middle class, it's hard to convince them that they should mobilize around class, working class identities. And the political discourse is like referring to classes is simply totally risky when you're a politician. No one will do it. And people think about class language today as a language that makes distinctions just to make people feel worse. Yeah, like when you were referring, there are working class people. When you say it as a politician or as a public person, you will be defined as someone who thinks well about himself and wants to make others feel bad. So I don't believe it in this second position as much as I used to. Maybe I should be more optimistic, more edgy, but I'm not. What I can present as my position today, as something that I believe more today, is that we should refer to class lifestyles, to class habituses, to class ethoses as something that is a resource. Is a resource in the public sphere, is a resource in culture. And for example, when we have, I will make one example. When we have popular class, in their ethos there is huge familiarism, family and good close relations with other people are important. Practicism is important. Don't spend on bicycle tracks when you can spend it on something more useful. And third important thing is conservative tolerance. Something that is, I think we should have it more in public sphere. For example, when we asked about LGBT questions, men were rather critical, but women were saying that, oh, it's not a problem. We had two homosexuals living nearby, and they were nice guys. I don't care. They can do whatever they want. But it's them, yeah? Like, of course, it's hard to think about your kids, your environment, but when it's them, they can do whatever they want. This is like the vision of conservative tolerance. Yeah? If you want to change the curricula in schools, maybe they would be against, but when it comes to normal living or just living nearby, it's okay. And the same went for vegetarianism, for example. We asked popular class whether they accept not eating meat. They say, oh, maybe it's weird, but okay. If someone doesn't want to eat meat, they just don't eat meat. It's okay. They were not defending traditional Polish food from meal composed out of meat, potatoes, and salad. Okay. And when we have these resources, these ethoses, these lifestyles, habituses, there are many names for it, you can make a reference to it, to mobilize people around certain ideas, around certain questions, around certain problems. And I think that we are really in a situation when we have some destructive tendencies today. I'm very Shakespearean right now. This destructive tendencies is, for example, like the experience of pure power. I think it is really important for people. When I think about this neo-authoritarian sentiments, I think about Richard III and his like the experience of pure power and the experience of freedom connected to it as well. It's not only like he's focused on getting power for himself, but it is also people who are supporting him, people who are seduced by Richard III. And he is treated as someone who is free to do whatever he wants. And this experience, I think, it's a part of authoritarianism. This is the experience of some certain experience of freedom, and I think it's very destructive, and we should mobilize against it. I think we have some aggressive solidarity against the others. I think this is very dangerous and destructive, tragical. tendency today. Or we have this, this will be the last conservative element in my presentation. We have this exclusion of finitude. I think that when I think about it, we are more focused on us, on what is happening around us, not focused, for example, on kids, on future generations. And I think that this demographical question is related to it as well. And I think about the Winter's Tale of Shakespeare, that he shows that the connections with kids, and we can of course redefine it as a connection with future generations. This gets people a relief. I think that when people do not have the young they connect to, they are so much focused on their identities, their stakes, their obsessions, that it leads to really tragical consequences. As Leontes did with his obsession, infidelity of his wife, Hermione. So I think that we should use a class, or we can refer to the class, to mobilize certain resources of middle class, of popular class, and of course of upper class, to face this problem. So, and I think that your research will give us a huge impulse to think about classes and these resources. Thank you. That's all.
Maybe quite not a lot, but we have time to discuss, and there are a lot of questions, a lot of issues, and I think that, yeah, you have a lot of questions because it was really interesting and important. So, Magda.
First of all, thank you very much for your presentation. It was very inspiring, and I think that the sociological background should accompany our studies more regularly. We should maybe think about a regular Maciej Dula seminar at the University of Poznań because it's really very evocative. And I am very much looking forward to your book on Shakespeare. It must be very interesting how a sociologist reads Shakespeare. But my question is about a phenomenon that is very present in Spanish literature, but also in Polish. I will give an example of Polish literature, about the emotional cost of social mobility. So there is a tendency that shows that moving up very often means a loss of identity, a loss of belonging. And to give an example that maybe other participants know, I would give this book of Maciej Jakubowiak, Hanka. There is a subtitle, Historia o awansie, so a story about social ascent. And it is a story, I don't know if you've read, if you know the book. Do you know Maciej Jakubowiak? He's a literary critic, an editor of Dwutygodnik, this digital...
Polish studies scholar, he finished Polish studies.
Yes, he is. Okay, but he doesn't work at the university, I think now, so he works as a literary critic, is that all right? Okay, and the story is about 3 generations of his family. He is the narrator, it's an autobiographical book. His mother and his grandmother, and the story of the social mobility. They moved from poverty to education, to better conditions. And he tells the story about how education was a tool of social ascent in communist Poland and post-communist Poland, but also that people still stay divided because of some invisible boundaries, because of cultural differences. And he challenges the idea of ascent, of success. He suggests that maybe after many generations trying to do better, The real challenge is to stop climbing and to find dignity in rest, in acceptance. And I haven't noticed that tendency in your speech, and I wonder if maybe literature is, before the sociological studies, is showing something that is not known yet, or maybe it is, but well, that's a question.
Yeah, thank you for this. I decided not to include it, but it is a really important element of the study on social classes, the consequences of mobility. And I think you described very well the costs, like the ambivalence of upward mobility. And that we are climbing, it is a success, but we are sad. As it divides us from our local community, from our family as well. And I would say that the sadness is also on the side of those who stayed behind. So the consequences are not only restricted to people who went mobile, but also for those who stayed there behind. So it's both sides. I think that this perspective on where is the limit of the upward mobility of climbing is really a huge question, and the question. I see the conservative side of it, which is that stop climbing, it is enough, people should accept their position, they should focus on other things than social competition. I like it, but I'm not sure that many people will like it as much as I do. And of course there are possible accusations that who are you to tell us not to climb? Maybe you are up there and you want to stop us. You don't want the competition, you don't want to, you are just taking the ladder up, yeah? So I think it is ambivalent, but I had this idea, I think it was 10 years ago, I wrote a text about the middle class and about being, staying in the middle and accepting this state of a good life in the middle of the class structure. It was not very successful. There was no huge discussion of, well, yeah, we should forget about climbing, competition, etc. But I think it is, maybe it is something that we cannot avoid, this costs of climbing, and one thing we can do is to write on it.
Okay. Yes. Thank you for marvelous presentation. And I had lots of questions, but I asked the one question now, and it is concerning this this working class, because we as a literary scholar used to think, we were informed from somewhere, yes, there was a moment where we live in a classless state. I mean, the working class disappeared, and this process is well known and studied, especially in the West. But the title of our workshop means that those class divisions really appear. Yes, they are visible again, right? And if you would ask the writers when it started for example, one of these moments was when Didier Eribon published his book about returning to Rennes. So the intellectual started to think, I'm not that I am advancing, yes, but I'm thinking that I have betrayed my class, right? And this is not fair what I did. I wonder if we can use this perspective, like for example, reading this book about Frisian women. It is like one style of reading it is as you presented, yes, how we are feeling so well, now we can think about, yes, our grandmothers, how hard their life was. And this is true. Sometimes it is just consuming this, right? But maybe this is also the other process, right? That the people try to think that we should voice it finally, yes, and that there are some experiences that have been muted also in Poland for many years, for many decades, and maybe there is some process that has been studied, this growing differences between this super rich, right, and then the rest of us, yes, and this middle class. Maybe it is enlarging, yes, but it is also having less money, yes, in fact, sometimes, right? So they think that maybe one day all of them will turn into some kind of working class. Yes, I remember also some theorists telling that we are facing some new feudalism if that will continue and like this. What do you think about the possibility to read the process like this? And is there any tendency of this kind in Poland? What we've had in novels by Annie Ernaux when she said, "I'm coming from Yvetot, this is working class little town in the upper." In the north of France, of Didier Eribon, this was more the example. Or this is not a Polish case. What do you think about this?
Thank you for this question. This interpretation of peasant women. I think. I know. No, I used to be more convinced to my perspective 3 years ago. Today I'm more open for discussion. Definitely. I think your perspective is legitimate, and I really like that there is more discourse on classes in Poland. I remember, as Wojciech said, like I did not have any courses on classes in the 90s. Yeah, of course. I remember that when I was starting research on classes in Poland, it was like cursing in the church.
Yes.
What? Classes? We believe that we finished with this topic in 1989. And people did not want to hear about it. And I decided not to make a PhD on it. I made a PhD on other topics. It was too dangerous in sociology to deal with social classes. And also my habilitation was not on social classes, it was on social theory. It was also like, more
Safer.
Yeah. So and right now classes are more legitimate, and I'm happy about it. And I really like all the books that are referring to classes, to class experience, to difference. What I am worried about is that many of those books are focused on suffering. And there is a great, I don't know if you know the guy, Daniel Berthaud. He's a French sociologist dealing with biographical interviews and biographical experience. You don't know the guy?
No.
Yeah, he's really interesting and very nice human. what Daniel did was that he said, for whom the books on classes are written. And he did, when he was thinking about his book, about bakery craft, he said, okay, I'm writing for the middle class. It's obvious. Workers will not read it. So I'm making a book on hard life of the working class to show the middle class that they are profiting out of their work. And of course, it is a very reflexive way of thinking. But on the other side, I'm thinking, what do the people from working class think about it? Yet how they, like, imagine the situation when someone comes to the university, like from the big international law field, and says, oh my God, it's so sad here. You are suffering poverty. You are earning so badly. How you can live for it? It's really humiliating. Yeah, what would be our reaction? And again, now you are less and less rap. Your influence is diminishing. It's just suffering. I see here. Right here, I just see the suffering. We would get mad, I think. And no, come on, it's not that bad. we are having good life here. We are doing important things. We like our job. This would be our reaction. So when I think about those books that are showing the suffering as the main experience of the popular class, I think maybe we should write. Of course, I'm not against writing about suffering. Of course, it is important, but maybe we should search also for different ways of coping with this class experience. Like they have dreams, they have practices, they have their dignity, they have their bonds with with others, they have some kind of lifestyle, pleasures, ways of searching for happiness. For example, when I was reading those interviews with working class women, I was really astonished how good life they have, how they are not obsessed with the career, how free they are to change their partners, how much help they get from the family, and from the parents. Like parents are taking care about my kids, and I can go out for disco. I really like it. Like it was a kind of good life. So that's why I would like to search for. Maybe this is like there is no other way that we start talking about the class only in that way, focusing on suffering, and then we will go to other areas. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thanks. Thank you. On my behalf also for a wonderful lecture. I made a ton of notes, so it was really interesting. But what caught my attention question-wise was also this critique of earlier in terms of the claim of hegemony of upper class and your claim of hegemony of middle classes. Now, I'm definitely not an expert in Bourdieu. Know just very superficially the basics. But from my point of view, yeah, definitely, from my theoretical point of view, it sounds definitely logical, as you put it, and it seems to me as a result perhaps of a combination of more like economist perspective on classes, a perspective that conditionally said privileged the base in thinking of classes, and the other one that is more discursive oriented, symbolic oriented, is privileged the superstructure in that division. And it's interesting for me that you use the term of hegemony here, because the term of hegemony appeared in Marxist theory in Lenin at the moment when historical materialism in this mechanical economism couldn't explain things, when things couldn't be explained by mechanical economism. then the term of hegemony arrived. Now, I'm theoretically very, very fond of the thinkers of hegemony and in like political theory, like Ernesto Laclau, for example. And from Laclau's perspective, that sounds perfectly logical, that it's not the main factor who is where in the system of production, so to say, but who actually, considering the economical conditions, but all the other conditions, manages, so to say, to hegemonically seize, to hegemonically fill in the empty signifiers of universal our society. And in this very situation, that's definitely the middle class, so-called middle class, so to say. But then what is another step of that way of thinking is that the middle class also then is a hegemonical construction, and it is also a battlefield of different vectors struggling for hegemony. And that's the direction in which my question goes. So do you recognize, you mentioned the heterogeneity of the middle class, of all classes basically, but besides heterogeneity, do you notice the hegemonical struggle within what is called the middle class? Where can this struggle lead? And what's the space in that sense for political action? Because from my point of view, it seems to me as well as somebody involved in left-wing politics that, yeah, definitely referring to working class position, maybe it's not productive anymore, but what is perhaps productive strategy is to combat to take a share in that battlefield, hegemonical battlefield of what is the middle class value. Because what is considered middle class value can also be shifted conditionally, say, left or right.
Yeah. Thank you. Great question. I'm not sure I can answer it. Like all good questions are hard to answer. I will start from Bourdieu, okay? What I think is a problem in Bourdieu is his structuralism. I mean, that he defines class identities inside the triangle, and he is their identity are strictly related. We can understand them in terms of opposition. So we have the need or the taste for necessity in the popular class, and we have the freedom from necessity in the upper class. This is like crucial for defining the two, the bottom and the top. And we have in the middle, we have imitation for the middle class. And this triangle is, for Bourdieu, is something that it is like, when you read distinction, it is hard to think about the social change, in fact. Like, how come? It is gone, yeah? It is forever. And when you think about classes in less relationistic way, when you think about them as more separate entities related to the conditions of life, of course, and related to the amounts of economic, social, and cultural capital, but you are not obsessed by interpreting them in relation to each other. They are simply a bit different. I don't know if you are familiar. Probably it is the book of reference for you. Richard Hogarth, Uses of Literacy. Do you know the book? Richard Hogarth? Don't? This is a great book, really. Like, I think it is one of the greatest books on classes. And Richard Hogarth is the founding father of cultural studies in Birmingham School. And he was coming from the working class family, and he wrote about mass culture. Of course, it is in the 50s. And he wrote a huge piece in this book. Is devoted to what is the working class lifestyle. separated from the other lifestyles. And it's very interesting, and I really appreciate this study, and I think it's important. It is a way of dealing with classes, totally legitimate for me, and much more interesting right now for me than Bourdieu, which I know really well. I translated him into Polish, and I really loved him. But after years, my love is fading. And when it comes to this hegemony, this is when I use this notion, I use it on purpose, relating to Lacan, Ernesto's work, and I think it is important in two respects. First, there is always a struggle for dominance, yeah? And we should not think that it is done, that it was established years ago, and right now it will just reproduce itself. But there is still always a struggle. So I think this is a good way of saying of looking for many structural ways of organizing power relations. And I think that when I'm talking about this middle class hegemony, I think right now we have this situation when the working class is declining, is smaller and smaller, and is not powerful symbolically. Middle class is in the middle with the hegemony that the upper class is using to hide their dominance, either in an economic way or in symbolic field. But is there other possibility present in this right now? And this is the second point with Ernesto. Should be Ernesto Laclau should be included. Is that politics is not only related to class identities. Yeah, like politics is always connected with multiplicity, heterogeneity of social actors, and I think this combination of different actors, different identities is crucial here, and we can ask ourselves. I think this is I don't have a ready-made answer for your question, but I would, if I am pushed for an answer, I would say we should search in this direction, and that there are many identities that should be mobilized against some deadlocks. And this, and the way I'm reading Shakespeare is a bit like in this sense that we are facing something that is hard to grasp, hard to digest, and we are coping with some deadlocks, and we are organizing around it. And so I would go in that way.
Okay. We have time for one more
question.
Because I thought that Christoph wanted to ask.
I don't actually know if I want to ask something or share two observations. You have to tell me. So the first one is if it's fair to ask a question, to put what you said about Poland a little bit more in an international framework, because it really struck me that you started with your first point, the rising of the middle class. I think not just in terms of hegemony, but actual size. If I understood you wrong, I think the debate and also the socioeconomic facts in Germany, in the US, I think, in the UK, pointed to the other direction because of the precarization of labor. Doesn't change anything that everyone wants to be part of the middle class, including our current Prime Minister Merz, who thinks he's middle class but is a millionaire. You know? So, and obviously on the other hand, I was thinking about Asia and China in particular. What we have there is the attempt to bring people into middle class, but I think, if I'm rightly informed in terms of numbers, it's the hugest industrial, precarious employed, proletariat or working class that we had in history. So I think so. Could you say a little bit more about And then the other thing, I found your point on time and class super interesting. Also in this, if you, I wrote down privatization of future as a collective volition. When we were talking about, we want to individually move up. And I was wondering what sort of political collective, if at all, emerges there. Because if you confront that with, I think the idea in Marx was not just that the proletariat is growing in size, but at the end, classless society emerged because the structural opposition of capital and labor and I can somehow see how from that the temporal vision of a positively coded working class identity emerges. So it's like a subject that brings it above, of course, over today. You know? Yeah. So what is there some sort of because it's, I think it started a little bit when we have to organize etc. in the beginning. What sort of political subject can emerge if the future is completely privatized and if this like novels to allude to a colleague of mine in Germany was like, okay, these autobiographical art. This is the textual expression of the, what did she say? The neoliberal creative subject. That's why they just have to look back at something that they want to overcome. What's in the end is the right creative right. So I don't know. Maybe no comments and questions.
Great, thank you. Thank you for the question. I am referring to Poland. As this is for me. This is an obvious field of the study for me, and this class societies are also mainly inside the national states. So that's why I was referring mainly to this. When I think about the rise of the middle class, first, it is related to the not only to wages or inequalities, but also to character of job. So it's when it's non-manual job in administration, in corporations, in local governments, in education, it is more and more middle class job. So when we look at Poland for 50 years, we have the rise of this kind of jobs, and this is one thing. Apart from the income, yeah, maybe they do not earn a lot, but it is middle class job. So that's why I'm talking about middle class, the rise of the middle class, and I think that the rise of the middle class happened also in the West in this sense. This is one thing. The other thing is the inequalities and rising inequalities in the West. And I think here we have different paths as well. As in Poland, and it is like I wrote about it in the authoritarianism book. As we had 10 years of prosperity, like the wages were increasing. There was increasing real wages. Yeah, there was less and less unemployment, and there were less and less inequalities. And we had this authoritarian tendency in politics. Yeah? And I went to the small city to investigate that. And I went there with truly leftist heart, I would say. I want to show that people out there are suffering, and they are protesting by voting for authoritarian politicians. And it was totally like different way around. The city was blooming, I would say. The small city was really in nice conditions. They had this bicycle paths in the small city. Yeah, there were cafeterias. There were nice flowers on the streets. And when I spoke, I made a really in-depth research with biographical interviews and then interviews on politics. And people, of their lives as the lives of suffering. And they were saying, oh, we are doing good. We are we managed to do this, like the kids are at school, they are doing well, they went to university, they were successful people, and then they voted authoritarian right. And what I think was important for them, making this political connection, was that they were thinking about getting more influence, like getting this experience of power. Migrants, yeah, migrants, we can stop them. And we are not at the bottom anymore. We don't have to listen to Europe, we don't have to listen to intellectuals, we can stop them. It was like they had this feeling of empowerment, not related to changing their own life, like the economical position, but it was more like citizenship experience, I would say. Right-wing authoritarian, but in the end, it was something that was related to their feeling of power. So, and probably we should be aware that there are different processes in different countries, and you are totally right that when we look at Great Britain, for example, the articulation of working identities, they're huge. Yeah? They are, on the one hand, they have true aristocracy, and on the other hand, true working class. Yeah? The people, even the students, I taught the students from Britain, and they were coming, and I was presenting some lecture on Marx, and yeah, cool, it was on winter school, and no one talked about classes there, and they said, yeah, finally, something important. I am part of the working class, and he was a student of sociology. Yeah. And I really liked it. But this is important, and when you're in Poland, you don't have it. So I think we should focus on this articulation of class identity is important. Yeah, in Poland, it is probably still, it is possible to say I'm a representative of intelligentsia or not. Or it is becoming ambivalent, yeah? It is a big
I think we are experts on intelligentsia.
Yeah. Okay. And this question about the future political subject is very interesting. I have to think about it. I'm afraid that there is only, on the table, only right-wing proposal for it. And we should, if we think about academia as an area that produces some cultural interpretations that can be used outside of it, I think this is an important point to reflect on that. And I think that your question is pushing us in this direction. I think it's important. When I think about the rights, so, for example, in Poland, there is a small left-wing party, Razem, and they are referring to the working. They are not using the working class, but they are saying that the world of labor. Yeah, they are referring to the working people, the world of labor. They have 4% in Poles, it's 4% of support, and the main support of them are the university teachers and middle class corporate workers. It's sad, but it is sad. And there is a right-wing party for the young, Konfederacja. They have 15% of support, and they are saying, right now, not 30, 15, and they are saying, we are the party of entrepreneurs. Everyone should lead his own business. And the working class, the young working class, are voting for them.
Yeah.
So it is weird, but it is the social world, yeah, the chaotic processes, interesting process that we should make sense out of it, yeah.
Okay, I think that we have to finish, and we'll start
Yes, and we start quarter past
past 12, quarter
and-
past 12,
Yeah.
because there will be only two
presentations.
presentations, so
Yeah.
we'll have enough.
Yeah, everyone is invited now for the coffee and cake. We have very nice cake. Really, you have to try it, okay?
And the cake is
Thank you so much.
Oh, cake, yeah.
Thank you, really interesting.
I mean, I don't know what Gerard is, but Gerard is all the time on the move, right? So, depend on his presence all the time. I opened a post-coffee break session, and so I'm very happy to invite Christoph Schaub. Christoph Schaub from University of Vechta, but also from Berlin Leibniz Center for Literary and Cultural Studies, which is one of the main partners in our consortium Caproneo. Christoph is the author of the book Proletarian Works. His research is dealing with class distinctions and intersectionality and how it is reflected in literary works. But also, his recent research is concerning processes of globality and Anthropocene. And so one more thing I should mention of your research, the third one.
Pop music.
Oh yeah, African pop music and it's important. You can see the topics are closely related to each other. And so it's such a great pleasure that Christoph came to us, and he announced that his presentation will be entitled "A Working Class Novel in the Moment of the Working Class Age Disappearance on Karin Struck's Bitter Water, Confession of the Works Commitment from 1988. So it's very intriguing because we discussed before a moment the reappearance of the class distinction, and now the problem, is it really what happened that the class distinction disappeared? The floor is yours, please.
Exactly. Thank you so much for the introduction. Thank you so much for having me here. Really excited. Could you help me with the PowerPoint presentation, because obviously my Polish is not that.
Okay.
Sort of the entire
We want to have
the screen as a whole.
okay.
I think it's called presentation. Yeah, this one. Yeah, excellent. Okay, so this is a bit. It's part of a new project that I'm hoping to do. I get the funding, so which is basically tracing is going to trace the transformations of the representation of the working class in German literature from the 1970s to the present. I think it will become clear from the presentation why this period. The other thing is, I'm sorry, I'm recycling a little bit here. This was I recently finished my habilitation, and this was my speech in which I had to defend my habilitation, which was not something completely different. And the third thing is, it's a really, really strange novel I'm talking about. And maybe it's going to become clear to you why it's so strange. But I think it's a symptomatically interesting novel, at least for the topic of this conference with respect to German literature. For about 10 years now, we can observe the engagement with class society and the working class in German literature. Some examples of which you see here. And I mean, you can see class, the workers, class, it's all over there. They're telling you on the covers. It's pretty obvious. The global financial crisis of 2008-9 and the increasing experience of precarization under neoliberal capitalism may be economic and social reasons for this development. Another reason certainly lies in the German translation of Didier Eribon's autosociobiography, The Two Urbains, that was published in 2016 in German, and that several contemporary German authors credit with opening a door to write about class society and their own personal class origin. So you have a particular genre that kicks off this new writing. Unsurprisingly then, many of the texts shown here that autobiographically grounded, autosociobiographical and autofictional modes of writing, while the novel is the predominant genre. Building on Anna Kornbluth's recent monograph Immediacy, or the style of too late capitalism, I would like to suggest that these texts should not only be understood in the sense of a new literary political engagement with class society, but that they are also related to a, quote, broader culture of privatization and personalization, quote, and for which Kornbluth sees the rise of first-person narratives since the 1970s as indicative, and she traces this with respect to English literature. From this vantage point of our present, it may be worthwhile to look back to the last phase of an explicit political writing about class society and the working class in German literary history that, in West Germany, had a high point in the 1970s, but faded in the 1980s. Where reportage writing was a predominant genre in the working class literature of the 1970s, there were also examples of the modes of writing that are today often most prevalent, namely autobiographically grounded or fictional modes. An author worth going back to in this respect is Karin Struck, who was born in 1947 and passed away in 2006. Her first novel, Klassenliebe or Class Love, occupies a marginal canonical place in German literary history. There's also a text portrait in our Caponeo online resource of political novels, which is a resource I advertise here now. The novel is one of the first important literary texts of second-wave feminism in Germany, and the foundational text of the so-called new subjectivity that performed a turn towards subjective identity and interiority after the students' movement. Class Love started a new trend of confessional writing. But Class Love can also be seen as an example of working class literature. The narrator of this fictional novel has moved up from a peasant and working class background into the academic milieu and now struggles with her dissertation. In the novel, she constantly comments on contemporary debates about working class literature and the problematic depictions of the working class. In particular, Der Werkkreis, the Literatur der Arbeitswelt, the work group, literature of the working world is a recurring object of the narrator's considerations. Founded in 1970, the group organized workers as writers in a collective manner and published nearly 1 million books in the course of the decade. So we have a few examples. And they sort of staged themselves as a counter-public project, but then very soon went to Fischer Verlag, which was one of the really big publishers in Germany. Struck was herself a member of the organization for some time. That the novel built on the tradition of confessional writing literature serves as political intervention into working class literature. As the first-person narrator complains again and again that the contemporary left and working class literature are characterized by marginalization and even devaluation of individuality, interiority, and the so-called private sphere. Thus, Struck uses the autofiction and novelistic form to contest and negotiate what counts as political in working class literature. Maybe to phrase this and connect it to your paper at the beginning, it's just pretty much in the West German case at the beginning, where this privatization of identity starts in the 1970s. And this is the novel we're going to speak about at length now. It was only 1.5 decades later that Struck returned to the working class as a topic. In 1988, she published the novel Bitteres Wasser, Beichte eines Betriebsrats, Bitter Water, Confessions of a Works Committee Man. And those of you who are well versed in the Bible, obviously Bitter Water is an allusion to Exodus. Right? So the overcoming of trouble and survival to believe concrete action is really important in the novel. In what follows, I situate the novel between working class literature and St. Augustine's autobiography, Confessions. I argue that the novel is largely depoliticizing representation of the relation between working class literary self-articulation, class identity, and politics is symptomatic for the state of the labor movement and the transformation of working class culture in the period the novel was written in. At the same time, I suggest that Bitter Water can be understood as a transitional text between the working class literature of the 1970s and the literature of our present moment. 6 of the novel's 12 chapters begin with a citation from Augustine's Confessions that he wrote between 397 and 400 when he was bishop of Hippos Regius in what is today Algeria. They highlight the quotations, self-examination, sinning, and the perspective of healing. But Struck not only quotes from Augustine, but also partially adapts its narrative structure and genre. What the novel lacks, and it's really important for my reading, is the emphasis Augustine puts on theology and philosophy. This absence of a theoretically argued worldview relates to the fact that a normative of authority is less contoured and stable in Struck than in Augustine, whose confessions are a dialogue with God after all. And I think those of you who do not know Augustine's books, it's like has basically, I think, 12 or 13 chapters. And the first 10 or so are autobiographical narrative mixed with philosophical conditions. And then the last 3 go into this really deep philosophical, reading, I think, of Genesis 1 and 2, if I have this remember this correctly, and the theoretical consideration of memory. So here, basically, the autobiography morphs into theory and the worldview that is defended and articulated. We don't have that kind of part of the structure in Struck, and that's important. Augustine's Confessions provide Struck with a model to engage again with working class literature. In contrast to her debut novel, the perspective is now one of personal healing rather than social liberation. This change appears to be symptomatic for a historical transformation that occurred between the early 1970s and the late 1980s. 3 factors are crucial in this respect, mostly with respect to Germany. The importance of working class literature had decreased significantly, it's just no longer a topic of literature. Influential sociologists like Ulrich Beck had called talk about class society outdated. And according to the labor historian Slavik Kubela, the labor movement had increasingly lost its ability for collective political and cultural articulation. Struck's novel is then a somewhat anachronistic text. It engages with the working class at a point when it had become publicly marginal. But Bitter Water is also a symptomatic text of this historical moment because of how it codes the relationship between working class literature, class identity, and politics. Franz Leffler is the novel's first-person narrator. So a man, not a woman, who's the author. It's a fictional text, not an autofictional. It's sort of important, especially in distinction to Klassenliebe, where the first-person narrator wasn't called Karin Straub or Karin Struck, but the relation is obvious. He has made a career for himself. After working as a metal worker, he becomes chairman of a works committee in a large firm. Increasingly distanced from his own class, he enjoys good hotels and first-class train trips and eventually loses his way. He becomes an alcoholic, loses his family, and is unable to perform his duties as a workers' representative. The novel combines depictions of Leffler's private struggles with long descriptions of working conditions and processes in factories, the objective conditions of a skilled worker in the Federal Republic of Germany. Like Class Love, Bitter Water tells about a process of social climbing that leads to inner conflict. In this respect, both novels, so Klassenliebe and Bitter Water, anticipate the predominance of such trans-class narratives in the present, as you have already evoked them earlier. Leffler even reports about his reading of Struck's first novel. So the narrator of her last book reads her first book. And I apologize for the very clumsy English translations. The German one is, if you read German above. I was sitting in the middle of all this chit-chat. I was on top, but I did not belong. The feeling was like the one that was described in the novel Class Love that I read much later. The intercity train wasn't my world. I had wrangled my way into it, consciously or unconsciously. Bitter Water relates how Leffler eventually makes it. He overcomes his alcohol addiction, finds a new partner, and returns to the working class. At the end of the novel, he works again as a metal worker. I was feeling again among the people, after I had been used for such a long time to the first class of the intercity train. I had returned home and wanted to be with them. Leffler's biographies is a story about survival in class society, a story about the path back to personal integrity. This falls here into one with an unambiguous class identity. Like Augustine, Leffler tells a story when he's in his early 40s and soon after his conversion, whereupon his narration ends, just as in Augustine's Confessions. The narrative point of view is thus a retrospective one. That is, the perspective of the converted sinner, of someone who can now speak freely and openly, someone who does no longer need to lie like he had to as an alcoholic and a works committee man. A rhetoric of unsparing sincerity marks the novel, which is this kind of rhetoric, very typical for confessions, which does not mean that these texts are not literally constructed. Right? Bitter Water can be categorized as working class literature for several reasons. Of course, notions of working class literature are contested and diverse. Based on this heterogeneity, John Lennon and Magnus Nilsson proposed a definition that emphasizes workers as the topic and/or as producers of working class literature, and that links such literature closely to social and political conflict. Histories of working class literature, they write, must do more than identify writers from the working class or literary works depicting workers and detail the construction of working class literature as a tradition specifically dialoguing with political and social conflicts. With respect to my argument, it is important that some understandings of working class literature marginalize the individual and the personal. Thus, Michel Tokaczyk writes, while working class texts might represent particular persons' struggles, the texts are not concerned with private psychological crises as much as they are with the collective fate of the working class. Argument. Bitter Water is certainly not working class literature in the sense that it is written by a worker, but rather as it is written by an author who, just like Leffler, is a trans-class in Chantal Jacquet's sense, someone who occupies a place between the classes. Moreover, the novel is not based on the experience of its author, but rather on her intensive research on the industrial working world. On this foundation, the novel creates a first-person narrator who is an industrial worker organized in a union. On many pages, he tells in detail about work life, the politics of union representation, and his private life. He also formulates criticism of working conditions that have negative effects on body and psyche. This criticism is so crucial to the novel that it's formulated already in its first sentence. I am an industrial fitter for materials handling technologies. I work under the risk of falling from extreme heights. I myself have been a witness of the burials of 3 colleagues who died from such accidents. There should be an sorry. As social criticism and working class identity replaced the invocation of God in the first sentences of Augustine's Confessions, the narrator attempts to make working class life visible to the public and to correct the image that the upper class has of workers. If Augustine is a witness to God, Franz Leffler is a witness to the working class experience. Yet Bitter Water constructs a particular imagination of the working class. Its narrator actually insists on a class identity that defines itself through hard physical labor in an industrial context. The workers of the novel, the workers the novel presents are male and union organized, and they work under a standard employment relationship. In contrast, for example, to the precarious migrant workers who were so crucial for West Germany after the Second World War, but are not part of the novel's narration. In this way, Struck's novel contributes to the poetic construction of class in Patrick Iron-Offer's sense, as a quote in Patrick Iron-Offer's sense, whereby the image of the working class is subject to a continuous process of opening and closing down, of diversifying and constricting who belongs to the working class. As a genre and a practice, the confession has its genealogy in law and religion. In the 18th century, it experienced an extension to many social and cultural areas and was individualized through pietist confessional practices. According to Ulrich Breuer, German journalist, both the first-person speaker and the addressee of a confession are split, namely into the subject of reference and the subject of utterance, and respectively into the normative authority and the empirical reader. Thus, confessions negotiate the relationship between an individual and an authority. For Breuer, several elements are characteristic for a confession, all of which we also find in Bitter Water. For example, the referring of sincerity or the violation of norms as a topic. A confession is performative, it constitutes the person who confesses. One aspect of Augustine's particular confessional model is important here, as it marks a difference to Struck's Bitter Water. Augustine's confessions are organized by his theory of grace. According to Kurt Flatt, his theory of grace is radically theocentric. There's the vocabulary of free will in Augustine, but anything is subjected to the irresistible impact of God. People do not convert according to their own will, in Augustine's sense, but they are instead converted by God. All this becomes obviously important from my reading of Struck. That they narrate the life stories of the narrators as a story of conversion connects Augustine and Struck. The first 9 chapters of the novel mostly tell about Loeffler's alcohol addiction and his many violations of norms. Beginning with the 10th chapter, Loeffler relates the process of his conversion. If Augustine's confession famously staged the event of conversion in the garden in Milan as an expression of God's grace, and if Augustine describes a series of conversions and confession stories that he can now imitate, Loeffler is on his own. There is no one to emulate, and he has to first gain the will to convert by confronting his total social fall. By that point of the novel, Loeffler had lost everything because of his addiction. He resembled a homeless beggar. Yet the will to convert appears rather suddenly, like in Augustine, yet is not marked as an effect of grace. Several secular helper figures then support Loeffler in overcoming his alcohol addiction: a doctor, an employee in addiction counseling, the community in a rehab clinic, and a new girlfriend. In contrast to Augustine, the Protestant faith is decisive for Loeffler, which he combines with a pronounced skepticism towards any kind of dogma. Searching for an external form for my inner thought, I decided, after thorough consideration, to adopt evangelism as an internal sign of my Christianity. I was bothered too much by Catholicism's hypocrisy, and there was always the "you have to" and "you should not." There was no space to be a human being who makes mistakes. That Loeffler ends relating his life story shortly after his conversion resembles again Augustine as the structural model of the Confessions that, according to Monika Wagner-Egel, have influenced Christian autobiography. It is a narration of life that finds its fulfillment in conversion and thus ends with it. But the structural similarity also extends to the point that temptation still exists after the conversion. If Augustine writes, for example, placed among these temptations, then I struggle every day against uncontrolled desire, eating and food, who doesn't? Then Loeffler confesses on the last page of the novel, to an addiction to smoke. Loeffler's confessions of sin moves towards a confession of faith in the Protestant church, but crucially, Struck's novel adds a second dimension: the confession to a male working class identity linked to physical labor and an authentic self. Now I began to relinquish my former privilege as works committee man. Bit by bit, the true Franz appeared. The Franz who wanted to lead a simple life according to his own discretion, according to his own ideas. I wanted to work again as a simple industrial fitter for materials handling technologies. I did not want to be looked upon any longer as the one higher up by colleagues, but as an equal toiler among equals. I wanted to be one like them, one who was sweating like them. Loeffler's confession is thus simultaneously a confession of Protestant faith and a confession of a class identity as a simple worker. This move guarantees Loeffler that he can lead an authentic life according to his own needs, thus constituted through a speech like an independent individual that is grounded in faith and class, replaces the subject centers upon God that we find in Augustine's book. So, how can we then understand Struck's appropriation of Augustine from a social, historical, and political perspective? And I think one underlying point that I'm making, which is maybe too obvious to make, is that working class literature obviously adapts genres all the time from other traditions. There's no in a sense, an authentic class literature. One can start with the observation that a stable, non-creating, non-guaranteeing authority, as we find it in the form of God in the Church and Augustine's confessions, is largely absent from Bitter Water. For working class literature, such an authority was located for a long time in a kind of heroic labor movement in its worldviews, to which authors referred and which they co-created through their literary imagination. Yet in the 1980s, Oh, this is perfect. Yeah, I need this next. Yeah, perfect. In the 1980s, the labor movement no longer occupied such a progressive role, but had rather become an agent upholding the compromise between capital and labor. Leffler professes this through the story of his life and his personal failure. All the things that I had read about the labor movement, about those fighters who had been tortured and beaten, and I was sitting here among these hypocrites, these bootlickers of superiors, and I didn't scream into their faces the things I was thinking. I killed my conscience with alcohol, repressed my decency. This, I have to say, as my self-incrimination. Research in social history and on political movements has indeed pointed out that the traditional narratives of the labor movement had eroded more and more since the 1970s. One consequence was that workers did identify less and less as a cultural and political collective. The dissolution of proletarian milieux went hand in hand with the Wortverlust, as Slavoj Žižek calls it, a loss of words, or the loss of a collective ability for political and cultural self-articulation. Increasingly, privatized promises of happiness became more important than political values of progressive social change, good wages, consumption, and educational opportunities for the children. According to Hans-Günther Thiem, a social historian, this is obviously a bit of a paradox, as it was precisely the success of the labor movement that fed a process of collective deproletarialization since the 1970s in Germany and elsewhere, as the labor movement won on these new regulations improved the situation of workers. Against this background, it is then not that surprising that there is no political subject as a norm-creating, norm-guaranteeing authority in Stuck's novel. In this sense, the novel is symptomatic of the historical moment in which it was created. If many strands of working class literature are characterized by a relationship between literary self-articulation, class identity, and politics, then Bitterwater largely cuts the politics out of this relationship, not least so because Leffler even stops working on the work's representative. So in the context of our project, I think I wanted to show how one novel depoliticizes the political tradition of literature. If the biographical political development into labor movement activism was not untypical, even though not the norm for proletarian biographies in the 1920s, for example, and is hinted at in the second chapter of Stuck's novel, Leffler's narration is ultimately not organized through such a narrative of politicization. The novel formulates a critique of society, but does not connect it with political positioning in terms of parties or unions, as a lot of working class literature did in the past. And if the novel articulates a pronounced working class identity, then Leffler's working class identity is a social, not a political one. In this respect, it seems to be significant that we cannot find in Bitterwater an equivalent of the universalistic worldview that characterizes Augustine's Confessions. Instead, the novel is dominated by a privatized promise of happiness, yet not in a material sense, but in terms of a highly individualistic attempt to live an authentic life. From this point, I could turn back now to the contemporary German literature with which I began today. But since I am at the end of my time, let me only briefly suggest a few things. It seems to be a short path from Stuck to contemporary literature, since the latter does not refer anymore to the labor movement either. And if what has often been conventionally understood as the working class appears in German literature of the last 10 years is thus so mostly something that is remembered, often as a part of family history. Similarly to Bitterwater, these contemporary texts negotiate class society in the mode of the personal. I think that's really something new that emerges in the 70s. It was there before, but the way this has become hegemonic is new since the 70s, at least for the German. And often they're autobiographically grounded narrators in contemporary literature confess that they have experienced classism personally. And, in contrast to Leffler, they now also again confess or profess that they aim at changing society through their literary practice. So this, I think, makes these first novels that I showed political in a more narrow sense. Thus, Bitterwater can be positioned as a sort of transitional text between different ways of writing about a changing class society in the 70s and in the present.
Christoph, and now we open the discussion, and we will be discussing each presentation separately. Yeah, good.
Sorry, I didn't want to be the first one who asks the question. But sometimes it must be like this. I wanted to ask you about her conversion into Catholicism. As we read it in Wikipedia, that she turned from being a militant, working class novelist into, I think, Catholic activist, a Catholic writer, which in Germany is not. It is a step towards being a minority.
Yeah,
How do you interpret it?
I have no idea. Honestly. I know too little about her actually biography in this sense. But I think one way you could interpret it, and it's already is somewhat obvious in the first novel. The first novel is radical intervention into the context of politicized labor movement literature that in her understanding didn't leave enough space in terms of gender on one hand, which doesn't explain the turn towards Catholicism, but in terms of individual connection to the surrounding world, I think. So there's some esoteric stance in here. And at the same time, she moved through the different political options of the time. Where all leftists, the German Communist, die DKP, the Deutsche Kommunistische Partei, German Communist Party, she was in there. She was a member of the STS, the Socialist German Students Union, something, I don't know, and the Werkkreisliteratur der Arbeitsgruppe. So I think I would read this as a process of disappointing with political options, but this is highly speculative on my part. So I know this in there. We also know from she being then very critical of abortion, for example. That was what made the feminist movement break with her very early on. But there is from the text, so between this and the later one, Bitteres Wasser, I think she wrote another 5 or 6 novels. Most of them are in this subject. They're basically, the next one is called Mother. So, but Mother, it's like 400 pages of individual. It's hard to read. You can like basically read 20 pages, highly personal, a lot of observations she writes also in this novel. And so maybe going to these 5 or 6 novels in between, I could explain in terms of Catholicism, but I haven't found the time and energy. The really interesting thing for me is that at the end in Bitter Water, she obviously turns out highly away from the subject. She rather goes back to, so this is still a personal confession, a subjective narrative, but it's no longer about her biography. You could read it a little bit with the turn to the biography, with the turn to religion, but even that's defamiliarized, right? Because the Franz Leffmann was highly critical of Catholicism, which she converted. So, so I think it's not that's all I can say. I don't have a precise reason why that happened. But I mean, or you can put it in a broader, since there's a lot of people from the students' movement also turned in for whatever reasons to highly to different political orientations. So we have this very famous examples for example, people that were this active in the students' movement that were part of the Red Army faction, terrorist organization. Horst Mahler is the most famous one who became a right-wing politician later. So I don't know.
Yeah, that's interesting. Yeah, Vladimir?
Okay, thanks. Well, I'm unfortunately not, thank you for your presentation. To start with that, I'm unfortunately not familiar with the source text, but I will check them out, including the text source text. It's written there. And being uninformed about the source text, maybe I ask a question that is not so relevant, but maybe you already did cover it, but I didn't get it fully. What was interesting for me is this tension between collective perspective to some extent, and on the other hand, typical narrative devices that put forward the individualistic perspective and retreat to individual. And if I understood correctly, this tension is central to the whole novel. But what would you say is the result of this tension, so to say, more quietistic giving up and retreating, or is it articulating, so to say, a position of class without the name, some other collective subject that is not represented? Is it a more quietistic text that just suggests retreating to where you feel comfortable, be it your class, but still retreating from the battleground?
Yes.
Or is it more like a text that articulates a position that's not articulated in current class framework and that enables some other forms of identification?
I mean, you could argue, it's a good point, because you could obviously argue that while the first novel intervened into a politicized literary field, working class was predominant, and it criticized too much collectivism, it criticized, marginalization of gender, criticized marginalizations of literary forms that allow for subjectivity. The second is kind of performative contradiction in itself, right? Because the novel tells about the retreat from the political sphere, right? Into the private. And it uses Augustine. And at the same time, what saves this person is a connection to a collective, maybe not so much, identity, feeling in the working class. So that's the one part. But the performative contradictions of this is written very well researched about what's happening in factories, what's happening in the political representations of labor in these factories in the 80s. At a point of time when there was very little literature about this left. So you could say as a public articulation, the published book can be read at the very least as a social critique. So in that sense, so and that means some sort of contradiction, performative contradiction. And on the other hand, it follows, and that's the other part of the story that I didn't tell. The book follows 2 or 3 years. I'm not entirely sure. After Günter Wallraff's The Lowest of the Low, it's very, very, very famous reportage for Günter Wallraff, maybe the most important documentary writer of German literature after Egon Kisch, dresses up as a Turkish, guess what, essentially because it's Italian, it's because of fun. He was basically, I just have to put, I think, mustache on and do something and talk a little wrong, and the Germans won't recognize this as Turkish person. So, but the point is that this appears 2 years before Karin's books, right? Doesn't focus again on authority, but it focuses on the labor sphere. And this was, unfortunately, it's not a novel, because if it were, we as a project had the novel that basically changed the legal framework about labor relations. So that it's not that there's entirely no discourse, but it's the end of the working class literature discourse until this. So, and what connects us to this maybe is also the memory aspect. This is an autobiography, a fiction, right? And tells class identity in person rather than through in forms of novel that have a multiplicity of characters and so on.
Thanks.
Thank you. Agnieszka. Agnieszka Wójcicka.
Thank you. Having in mind the main research question, should the category of class return to literary studies or literary discourse. I'm just wondering, because you are grasping, you are touching very sensitive, very fragile moment, talking about class category while working class disappearance. I know it's very broad, very general question, also touching the contemporary literature, but in what ways or in what forms may the class category be back or to the discourse? In what forms, how it can be reformed? Because we know that to bring the horizons of expectations category here, to bring Hans Gadamer, it's constantly changing, it's constantly evolving. How can we grasp the notion of class while within changes, within constant ongoing process?
Okay, it's a big question.
It's a big
I have a whole array of opinions and positions on this. I can share them. So the one thing is that I would obviously argue that depending on the national context, this category has been back for at least 10 years, maybe 15 years, if not longer. Depending on the national context, Sweden, for example, it has never left. Because working class literature is there canonized literature because of the social democratic tradition. It's very strong in this country, for example. I think sort of I would say it has come back in three or four different ways. The one is obviously that research about literature and class is significantly more done than in the 70s or in the 20s, when there also was research on this in terms of intersections with other categories of identity or social stratification, gender, ethnicity, race. And this workshop reflects it. I think that's the one that's a good development. The second thing is where I'm not so sure it has returned, at least in Germany, mostly as an identity category, rather than as a relations category that speaks about structural relation, about capital and labor. I think we could think about this. And then the third dimension is an emphasis on Patrick's work was really important there for me. And I think for me, this book has been translated, so advertised in English and Spanish, as a poetical category. So that for us as literary scholars, we should highlight how genre, form, that's the confession, plays into how a particular notion of class is constructed, and that's nothing new for the 20th century. And then the sort of the transnational or international dimension. I think that's pretty new compared to in the German case, the 70s, when this was mostly done. What is always called? And it's sort of more nationalistic methodology. I think the new and interesting thing is now that the sort of transnational inter-exchanges between different class literatures are traced. That there's a handbook coming out on red work literature, I think next year or year after, and sort of how sort of the world literature of the labor movement developed transnationally in the 20s and 30s mostly, but then later. So I think I don't know if that answers addresses your question. So that I think for me these four dimensions are crucial. And then the fifth dimension is maybe the most important one. This is obviously also a rewriting of the canon of literature studies to some extent, where these texts, at least in the German case, or in the Swedish one, have been forgotten again. And then you write them back into very similar to the feminist projects in societies.
Okay, thank you. Anyone asking? Richard Smith.
Yeah, so when you introduced the talk, you mentioned this, you're seeking funding for this large arc from 1970 to the present. So I'm just wondering, this is back in the 80s, so what's happening with the more current literature that you want to talk about when you get the money?
Okay, when I get the money, hopefully. But I basically want to trace, and that's a project starting with these kind of texts, and then going to this kind of text. It's basically three different, so I'm going to follow three different stratas. The 70s are also the time when the diversity discourse starts early on, and that's articulated here, but more in terms of social heterogeneity, but also diversity in terms of gender. And I want to trace that with respect to the present here, where sort of a diversity lens sort of is decisive to how the working class is imagined in terms of migrant labor, gender, care labor, etc. So that's the one thing. The second one is I really want to trace, and I think that's one of the most interesting things for the German case if you look at this. Most of these themes are reportage text, not text significantly about the self or the interiority, but they are interested in object labor relations, sort of the sphere of the factory, all of this, and bind the social criticism there. I want to trace this in the present. The social class and social criticism is mostly thought about in terms of personal stories, family histories, more in terms of memory of something rather than the present of something, sort of. And going to situate this in terms of maybe somewhat boring but striking social historical argument, the privatization of society under neoliberal capitalism. I think this is what this is about. And the third part is these are different kinds of political literary fields. The 70s works more, so this is really binary, sorry, but this is more or less how it goes. The 70s is really about collective organizations that try to organize a collective counterpublic in Germany. This group, for example, they had like charters in different German towns, tried to organize workers together with professionals from different spheres and academics to more or less individualistic literary projects in the present that at best build alliance around anthologies, like this one. It's an anthology, sort of. And then so does the third act is like how does the relation between the political or politics and literature change from the 70s to the present? What does that have to do with what Anton Jäger, the Belgian politologist who wrote this hyperpolitics, basically calls the 80s the end of mass politics, so the organization of politics through big organizations like parties and unions, in this case, who have shrunken in importance. This is more or less what the project will do.
Yeah, thank you. One thing that I could add as my question is, because the case you discussed is very close to the problem of conversion and metanoia. I remember the books by Boris Groys and his theories about the meaning of metanoia, the book like Communist Postscript and things like that. He was asking the questions why people and liberal capitalistic countries need these conversions, right? And he said this is the way to withdraw, yes? And the way to build a full alternative, right? And a project of the self, yes? Because at the end you ask the question about authenticity, right? So this is maybe why this, St. Augustine and the story about the worker who wants to be a worker again, yes? They are so closely related. So maybe this is also the story about how some people reshape themselves, their subjectivities, even in a dramatic transfiguration of the personality and metanoia. What do you think about this?
I think it's sort of, I think I would agree with you.
Because
yeah.
Roizen said people prefer even some kind of asceticism. They prefer not earning as much, yes, but being, authentic for themselves, right? And this is how he found the new beginning, yes, of the pro-socialistic projects of the self.
Yeah. I mean, on the one hand, I would agree with this, and then the other thing that I think complicates this is that there are some arguments about today's autofiction that they're not just like you're just suggesting that I have suggested sort of indicative for certain withdrawal from the political into the more authentic stuff, but they're also indicative for structural transformation of the space where the political is negotiated, which is increasingly more within spheres that are coded as private, family life, personal life, interest. This apparently may have something to do with social media in the end. So yes, I agree, but I think I would be interested in this larger project and didn't do it at all here to see also. And this is maybe also the example to really how much could we also think about a recoding of this relationship between public and private and revaluation of the private sphere as the political in this sense. I don't know if I agree with this, but this is certainly some sort of track that will come follow, and if one does that, that sheds another light on arguments like ours as well, right? But I'm not sure.
It's very interesting because Boris Groys' theory is also connected with the privatization, but because he comes from the USSR, he says the story doesn't go like this, because if you go from the Eastern Europe, you have this experience that something that has been common has been privatized, but you still know that it can again be, communal. Yes? And that is interesting. Yes? That sometimes we have those people who believe that it could be communal again. Yes? So it's like this. Right. Thank you so much, Christoph. I wydaje się, że tutaj właściwie nie ze swojego laptopa, tylko trzeba przełożyć tutaj. I się nie da właśnie dołożyć. Okay. I'm very happy to present and invite Antonina Tosiek. Antonina Tosiek, she is PhD student still, right? Did not finish.
Let's hope not for that long.
Yes, the supervisor is sitting here, and so it's my privilege to present her. She the field of her research are the literature connected with peasants, with people within the country. Her master thesis was connected with the memoirs of the peasants from the interwar period in Poland. And now she continues the research on this topic. But apart from that,
Can I take it out?
I don't.
Okay.
I'm not sure.
No, presentation.
Tego chyba nie można wiedzieć.
Nie ma.
To potrzebne do Łączę?
Czekam, aż się pojawi mój pendrive widoczny.
Panie Kasiuszu, the IT support is on the go. Apart from that, Antonina is also a poet and a well-known one. Okay? And she has been awarded many times, and this year, this is the year of the peak of her career. She was awarded 2 major prizes in literature, Wisława Szymborska Award and the Literary Award of the City of Warsaw. And so, I mean, this is like superstar. Yes, having a break and they had tournée. And thank you so much, Antonina, for joining us and for preparing the presentation. The title of the presentation, it is not changed. The rural episodes, women's memoir writing, second-class politics, and in Polish life writing, 1933 and 1995.
Yeah, thank you for the introduction. I don't know what I would have to say now to live up to the expectations.
Just leave the signature.
Almost. Okay, it disappeared again.
Kasper?
No, it wasn't here. I know it was. It's in a different format, I guess. Oh, it's in New York. Okay, let's leave it like this. I just have a few pictures to show, so I hope it's gonna be okay. So I will try in 7, let's hope, short parts to present some of the main ideas behind my research project, so the basis of my doctoral dissertation and of a recently published popular science essay, historical essay, przepraszam za brzydkie pismo, Pamiętniki Wiejskich Kobiet. It was published 3.5 months ago in wydawnictwo Czarne in Poland, so... Yeah, I think so. I was not clicking anything suspicious, so... Okay, so I'm going to start. So, when we speak about the political novel in the 20th century, we usually invoke certain conventions of representation. So, narrative cohesion, the hero trajectory, the ideological conflict, the Bildungsroman of emancipation. But what happens when the story of emancipation is told not throughout a novel at all, but through hundreds and hundreds of scattered pages written by people who were never meant to become authors? So the Polish tradition of contest-based memory writing developed between 1933 and 1995 throughout... I was not touching it in a bit.
No, it asked for registration, and without logging in, it just quits the Adobe. So maybe if you have some other program that can open PDF, it would be great.
Yeah, so let's make
Where is Kasper?
No. Spróbujmy za something else. Bo w akrobacie chcemy być professional. Yeah.
Okay.
Tak może być. Gracias.
Stay for 3 minutes.
No. Now it's going to be...
Because when you leave, it disappears.
So the Polish tradition of contest-based memory writing developed from 1933 to 1997 throughout more than 1,500 competitions and nearly 1 million collected manuscripts. And it offers a striking example of this phenomenon per se, so written by the people who were never meant to be authors. It shows how limited the idea of genre can be with all its blurred boundaries and exclusions. So, yeah, let's look at this. The memoir, as defined in the competition announcement, were never a stable but often an improvised category, a placeholder rather than a clear form. Write as if you were telling your story to a friend, describe your life, your work, your dreams. The editors instructed not knowing exactly what kind of text they would receive. The label pamiętnik or memoir or diary was adopted largely by convenience, not taxonomy. It invoked a set of cultural associations, so truth, confession, intimacy, but what the editors received was far beyond that expectations. They got diaries, often written for many years. My favorite was 20 years in the making. Letters, family chronicles, lists, and collective testimonies. The peasant's memoir does not belong to any established field. It's neither literature in a strict sense, nor testimony, nor sociology or ethnology, nor life writing as theorized by the Western academia. It inhabits a space of genealogical instability and perhaps in that instability lies its political force. So, step 1, origins, writing from below. The story of the memoir competition tradition in Poland truly begins in the early 1930s when the sociologist Ludwik Krzywicki and the Institute of Social Economy in Warsaw launched first large-scale contest for memoirs of peasants, but also a contest for memoirs of migrants and unemployed and workers. And for the last one of the memoirs was sent by Jakub Wojciechowski, who was acknowledged by the literary circles, for example, by Boy Żeleński, and accepted as a writer, so an artist. It was the time of the Great Depression, hunger, debt, and the rural strikes swept through Polish countryside. The call for submissions appeared in many newspapers, inviting rural class to describe their lives honestly from the heart, as the quote says. The response was overwhelming. Over 500 submissions from the 10 provinces was sent. 2 volumes of chosen memoirs were published in 1935 and 1936. And there the story takes a literary turn because Maria Dąbrowska, novelist, essayist, one of the central figures of the interwar intelligentsia, convinced the editorial board of Wiadomości Literackie to grant the Memoirs of Peasants the prize for the best literary book of the year. They won, for example, with Czesław Miłosz by that time. The decision provoked a small scandal in Warsaw literary circles. Many critics, for example, Antoni Smoninski, protested that these were not books at all, not even coherent narratives, but raw social documents unfit for art. Yet Dąbrowska defended them as unintended works of literature, claiming that no fiction written by an intellectual could express the drama of the countryside with such truth. The Pamiętniki Chłopów, though entered a Polish literary history as both a sociological event and a literary provocation, let's call them, a challenge to the very definition of authorship, representation, and class voice. Let's go back once again. This episode captures the memoir movement paradox. It both intrudes into literature and critiques its borders, and it shows why these texts are politically charged. By replacing the single author genius and literary property with a many-voiced practice, they weaken the regime of individual authorship and ownership. The need to classify them as literature was in part classical mimicry, a class beat for recognition within the elite categories. We see this especially in the memoir by rural youth, above all young women in the 60s and the 90s, where entry into literature functioned less as an aesthetic claim and more as a passport to value and visibility. Step 2, a serial epic of class transformation. Over the next 60 years, new memoir contests tracked Poland's biggest social changes, from the awakening of the countryside in the interwar period throughout socialist modernization to neoliberal transition after the 1989. The act of writing one's life became a recurring ritual of political participation. By the 1960s, the movement had become a state-sponsored institution. The Society of Friends of Memoir Writing in Warsaw held an archive of over 900,000 manuscripts, many written by peasants, workers, and rural youth. Unfortunately, when the institution was privatized in the 1990s, much of the archive was destroyed, literally stored outdoors by the new owner. Now it's a spa. Only about 10% of the archive survived, now preserved thanks to the efforts of the Karta Center and the archives of the New Records in Warsaw. This loss is itself emblematic. It reflects how the voices of ordinary people were erased during the Poland's post-socialist transformation, a change that, in the name of modernization, made the rural past seem irrelevant. And yet, the memoirs archives persist as what Jacques Derrida calls a prosthetic of memory. a fragile, incomplete but politically charged space of testimony. It also reveals the politics of archiving itself. The collection has never been fully digitalized, even though I'm trying to do everything what I can to make them just do the freaking scans. And women's memoirs remain accessible only in handwritten form. They were rarely published and often subjected to not a political but patriarchal editing, so shortened, corrected or softened to fit the male and the institutional expectations. Reading across these decades and editorial layers, we can see the memoirs forming what I call a rural epic in episodes. Not a continuous narrative, but a long collective experiment and self-representation. 3. Gendered subalternity and writing as emancipation. Within this vast corpus, women voices constitute both a minority and a revelation. Approximately 100 women participated in rural memoir competitions throughout the 20th century. Many of them had only primary education, some dictated their stories to relatives or local teachers, yet their texts are extremely rich in insight, emotions, and critique. Writing from doubly subordinated positions, so as a rural woman and as a woman in general, these authors transformed the act of writing into an act of emancipation. They used the memoir not merely to describe their lives, but to reclaim authorship over them. Their pages document the embodied cost of rural existence, so exhausting physical labor, lack of healthcare, reproductive injustice, and the deep intersection between religion and patriarchy. Others describe childbirth without doctors, improvised abortions, and the constant conflict between faith and bodily autonomy, so negotiating the limits of institutional power. In the memoirs from the 1960s and the 70s, we find new registers. The discourse of socialist emancipation, access to education, and the emergence of collective female we, yet even in this modernized context, women remained bound by the double standard of gender and class. The writing becomes a space where the promises of socialism, equality, progress, dignity are tested against the everyday realities of life shaped by the patriarchal paradigm of the traditional, religious, rural family and by the systemic inequality of women before the law. By the 1990s, during the neoliberal transition, women memoirs record a different kind of disillusionment, economical abandonment, shame, and the collapse of communal solidarity. They describe themselves as the last peasants, left behind not only by history, but also by the very system that they had largely supported throughout Solidarność. The new free market paradigm, together with the concrete legal and economic reforms, drove rural Poland into deep crisis. Within just 5 years of the transformation, poverty in the countryside rose from around 10 to nearly 60%, just in 5 years. The writing becomes once again a gesture of survival, a form of witnessing when other forms of political speech had disappeared. 4. Methodological framework, reading against the archive. Those two are my favorite memoirs. This one is from the 70s. It goes like this for 4 different volumes of notebook. It's only written in pencil, and this one is from the 30s. My approach draws on several theoretical traditions. First, of course, feminist life writing theory, particularly the work of Sidney Smith, Julia Watson, and Lee Gilmore, allows us to read these memoirs not as transparent documents, but as performative acts of subject formation. Writing the self under the constraints of ideology and censorship means constructing agency in space of surveillance. Second, of course, Pierre Bourdiers's sociology of practice helps to situate memoir writing within the habitus of class. The act of writing by a rural woman, often on a kitchen table, after field work, in a language shaped by oral speech, it is itself a symbolic transgression. It converts embodied experience into textual capital, even as it reveals the structural limits of that transformation. Third, the archival turn from Derrida's archive fever to Caroline Striedman and Ariela Azoulay invites us to see the memoir archive as a site of power, responsibility, and loss. Following Azoulay, I treat the archive not as a natural repository, but as a space of political relations. On that regulates who may speak, read, and appear. Every text is mediated, of course, by editors, juries, me, and institutions that decide whose life becomes legible. The politics of selection, censorship, and preservation determines which subaltern voices survive. And for this reason, my research relies almost entirely on unpublished handwritten manuscripts, so texts that remain outside of this official circulation and precede editorial and ideological intervention. Finally, I engaged with the conceptual triad by James C. Scott, Charles Tilly, and Deleuze and Guattari, so resistant, contention, and minor literature, to read memoir writing as a practice of everyday dissent. For Scott, peasant resists not throughout open revolution, but through hidden transcripts, gestures of irony, complaint, lament, and endurance. For Tilly, contention takes the form of repertoires, cultural scripts that allow marginalized groups to express protest. Memoir writing can though be understood as one of such repertoire, a textual protest staged within the rules of state competition. And for Deleuze and Guattari, minor literature has three main features. One, it uses literature in new, shifting ways. Two, it cannot escape politics. And three, it speaks with a collective voice rather than individual one. Peasant memoirs fit all those three. They take the official language of the state, but mix it with dialect, emotion, and irony. They turn every private story into a political one and create a shared voice, the we of peasant, of rural women, of those left out of history. This one is from the 60s, and it was sent, it's a paper packing from a cottage cheese. The author could not afford paper or a notebook, so she decided to write on this kind of packaging. Politics of genealogical instability. The fact that the memoir doesn't fit into one clear genre, literature, testimony, anthropology, or sociology, isn't a flaw, in my opinion. It is what it makes radical. It challenges the usual ways we decide what constitutes and what counts as valuable culture. Each memoir is a negotiation between oral and written culture, between individual experience and collective discourse, between institutional validation and self-expression. The political novel narrates the formation of subject within ideology. The peasant memoir performs that formation in real time through the act of writing itself. So where the political novel produces characters, the memoir produces citizens. When the novel dreams of revolution, the memoir inscribes endurance. And where the novel often speaks about the people, the memoir lets the people speak for themselves, however mediated, however imperfectly. 6. A collective authorship. In this sense, the rural memoir movement constitutes the only genuinely egalitarian literary project in modern Polish literary history. It is an open authorship, sometimes anonymous and plural. Each text adds a fragment of an unfinished epic, an epic of class, consciousness, and historical self-recognition. It's also a story of censorship and exclusion. Many texts were edited to fit ideological framework, many authors were never named. Yet within these constraints, the memoirs articulate a power vision of writing as a common good. And to borrow from Deleuze and Guattari once more, minor literature is revolutionary not because it preaches revolution, but because it makes the act of writing collective. The Polish peasant memoirs do precisely that. They transform a bureaucratic exercise into a social movement of expression. And seven, the last one, conclusion, the unfinished epic. If the 19th century gave us the Bildungsroman of bourgeois subject, the 20s gave us, largely unnoticed, the epic of rural collective. It's fragmented, episodic, and unpolished, but it exists. That's it. Written in kitchens and barns, mailed in scraps of paper, edited and censored, and mostly forgotten. In a country where Andrzej Leder has argued that the great emancipation of the peasantry remains an unwritten epic, these memoirs are perhaps the closest thing we have to that missing narrative. They are not the political novel of the subaltern class. They are its counter-genre, its polyphonic, democratic equivalent. To read them today is to confront the history of Polish modernity from below, to see how rural people, and especially women, wrote themselves into history, and even if everyone refused to read them. The rural epic, then, is not a finished story. It's an ongoing process, an open archive of collective self-definition. It reminds us that the political literature does not only happen in novels or manifestos. Sometimes it happens in the trembling handwriting of someone like Janina, born in 1902, wrote in the age of 68. She begins her story with this opening. I'm sorry for my bad handwriting, but I've always dreamt about being heard. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much. Maybe it was not about political novel, but about another genre, yes? So we have the possibility to have the parallel analysis. Christoph?
Right. I was thinking, so I think maybe I misunderstood it a bit, but this ended at the end a little bit was like, on the one hand, the novel, and on the one hand, the memoir, a little bit. So I was wondering, could you stress this hybridity of the memoir,
Yeah.
and that it can't be put into clear generic boundaries?
Yeah.
And I was thinking the entire time, and I was just wondering what to think about this. Is exactly what novel theorists say about the novel. So, Schlegel, for example, or I think Bakhtin too, the novel as
Put in forward.
integrates everything, and no one knows what. After how long have we been at? 3 years with this project? No one really knows what the novel is. So it's becoming increasingly more clear, and that's a good thing. So I was just wondering what you think about this. This seems to be, I see all the points they grade, and especially different kind of production context, different form of articulation, other subjects who articulate and can articulate, and the circulation is different. But I felt is there also this really closeness in terms of generic hybridity?
Yeah.
So I was just wondering what you think
Yeah.
about it.
Thank you for the question. I mean, I was wondering about it a lot because the term memoir or diary itself, it was used not intentionally in the texts that were like about to provoke the text. I think they used it because they really couldn't find a better term, to be honest. But many of the memoirs I've read were intentionally artistic. They wanted to write a novel per se, or like a collection of poems or something like this. But I was not interested about it in like this part of my research, because the creation and the part of representation and of like trying to portray the self and the author in a certain way was not actually my main point of interest. But they don't really know what they are writing, because for most of the women it was the first kind of text they wrote their entire life. So they were not readers. If they were doing it, it was just happened, you know. And the hybrid of the genre is very, very, very interesting. You can see in the middle, it's a poem. It's a poem written in the 90s, and it's called poem The Ruler Prayer, and it's a poem about Balcerowicz. So the politician that was in charge of the political transformation and the transformation that mostly happened in the rural areas. So it's always on the edge of being a hybrid. But what interests me is that they were not trying to write a novel or a memoir per se. They were just like doing the life writing process, you know, of representation, of performing the self.
Thank you. Zvonimir?
Thank you. Thanks for your brilliant presentations. Good. And I just hope that some of it will be published in English at some point, because my Polish is not improving. I would really like to read some of it. Just a comment before a brief, and I will try to stay really brief question. I'm fascinated by the use of the Deleuzean minor literature here, because from conference to conference I'm always polemicizing, I'm always arguing that this concept is used wrong, because people often use minor literature just to designate the literature written by minorities and this or that minorities, and that's, of course, that's not what Deleuze uses. But then in discussion always pops up a question, well, what's minor literature? And one can answer theoretically, but not exactly with a good answer. And I even think that Deleuze and Guattari, when they developed the concept was better than the application. More or less, but the concept was cool. Anyway, this is really good example of what minority literature is, and I'll try to remember it whenever I need it for future discussions on minor literature. And my question, just maybe you already answered part of it by answering Christoph. In these, just out of curiosity, in all these texts, do we see some intertextual, maybe involuntary intertextual connections with high literature? Because it reminded me a lot on one example from one very famous Croatian short story, where women, soon to be widows from people drafted on front, are writing to them. And they're writing about very prosaic domestic things. What happens in a village, who beat who divorced who robbed who, and so on. But they have the pressure that they're writing and they should start with something. So they start with like famous formulas from old poems or from famous catchphrases from literature and so on. It was just an association with that, but I wonder, do the authors of these texts also have that maybe involuntary pressure of high literature, and do they introduce formulas from high literature in writing
Yes,
these texts?
thank you for the question. Yes, of course, but mainly men. It's not a coincidence that my book is titled "I'm sorry for my bad handwriting," because the tension between the shame and like wanting to be valued as someone who has a value and whose life was kind of important, so the text was kind of important, is like very visible in most of those texts. So some of them try to put this mask of a writer and put some of their own experiences with literature into their memoirs. For example, Raymond and Chłopi, so the peasant, the biggest novel that was awarded the Nobel Prize, is visible in a lot of those memoirs, but my favorite ones are the ones from the rural youth from the 60s. For example, one of my absolutely favorite memoirs is very influenced by the love of author for the Harlequins and the romantic novels. So she's writing this like very heated memoir about her romantic relation in the state-sponsored ruler, the PRL. Can someone help me?
People's Republic of Poland.
The People's Republic of Poland, but the state-sponsored farms. Yeah, thank you. So she's writing a whole novel, let's call it, deeply influenced by what she was like enjoying to read. So of course it appears, but the ones that are most interesting for me are the ones that are like citing themselves, that are like being in the connections with the previous decades. Because most of those memoirs were in the countryside pretty famous because they were published in the monographs. So many of the authors were like kinda in conversations with each other. And I found one that was published, that wrote a memoir and was published in the 30s and then the 90s. So he was kind of making this connection between the resistance and the ruler shame and the peasant class definition with the context of the political regime from the 30s and from the 90s. So like the Great Depression and the social transformation just like being the same thing. So those are the most important and the most interesting for me. But yeah, of course, literature appears in here a lot. But this is not what kind of draws me crazy about this kind of
Okay, thank you, Maciej.
Yeah, thank you for your presentation. It was extremely interesting. I would like to ask you, as your presentation is built on the distinction between the form of the novel and memoir, and what would you say if we focus more on matter of memoir, and what is the relation of the matter to public discourse? I mean, is this promise of minor literature met in these memoirs? Are they effective in organizing alternative discourse, or discourse that is somehow or that is organizing collective identities against those forms that are present in social, in public discourse? Would you say something about it?
Yeah, thank you for the question. I mean, for sure they are, but not the one that were published in the big volumes. The one that were published in newspapers, for example, and were very popular in the rural areas, and was just like this huge tradition in the countryside, that those people were aware of these traditions and of the previous contests, so they were participating because they knew that something actually happened because of like someone wrote something. I have a few examples in the women memoirs. For example, one of them knew that a memoir published 5 years ago was about to make the change that the shop near the church was closed on Sundays, for example. Or like the paycheck was not gave to the men that were working on the state farm directly to them, but to their wives. And it happened because of the memoir and because of the recognition and because of the many comments that it provokes. But it's happening mostly in 70s and 90s. So many of the authors from the 90s decided to write against Balcerowicz reforms and the social transformation because they read those from the 30s, and they were actually trying to define themselves as. It's very interesting because the term peasants appears mostly in the 30s and then in the 90s. So this connection and this like feeling of the long-lasting class affiliation is very visible there when they know that they should, or that they maybe have to concentrate as a collective. So as a class force, let's call them. And this is why I think that the minor literature is kind of working in this particular example.
Okay. Thank yes, and the women's memoir, the studies, there is also sometimes a description of the experience of studying. We have to go for lunch now. So thank you so much for coming up.
May we start?
Yes, yes.
So, good afternoon everyone. It's my great pleasure and honor to chair our last panel today, which is called Precarity, Exclusion and the Politics of Belonging. We listened to two papers by Katarzyna Czarnota and Magda Potok, which approach questions of class, migration and displacement from the perspectives of sociology, human rights and literary studies. Our first speaker is Katarzyna Czarnota. She is a sociologist and researcher at the University of Bern, currently working in Professor Charles Keller's project, The Circumference of Violence, which traces the normalization and brutalization of violence along Europe's shifting external borders. Her work combines field research on forced migration and border regimes in Turkey, Greece, and the so-called Balkan route, with advocacy, strategic communication, and collaboration with NGOs and cultural journals. She has also been closely involved in monitoring the situation at the Polish-Belarusian border and works with the Helsinki Foundation for Human Rights and Border Forensics to document violence at Europe's borders. Today, we will hear her paper on immigrants and the precariat, intersection of class and racial logics of exclusion. So, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. So, thanks for the invitation and first for the opening. Maybe I will add that in the past, my work has always focused on the spaces of invisibility, which means the spaces of systemic segregation and exclusion, and also connected with the tenants' right, with the forced eviction. So when we talk about the definition of displacement, I'm involved in that, let's say, term from the global perspective and also from the local perspective. So today's talk will look at actually the architecture of zones of violence and segregation, bringing together the terms of migration, class, and capitalism. I prepared a short presentation also with and I used to mark. So yes. Okay. So in this talk, I would like to also explore how the lived experiences of migrants and precarious workers reveal the hidden mechanisms of contemporary capitalism. Migrants subjected to criminalization regimes and violence at the borders of the European Union, as well as people living in poverty and precarization, often in Poland, inhabit shared, let's say, spaces of invisible exclusion and segregation. So their positions actually are not accidental, but they are result from disciplinary and selective logics that tie together the categories of class and race. And today I will also draw on the work of Ewa Harkiewicz, which is a Polish researcher, feminist, and she was using also the concept of economic racism. For what? To bring together actually class, race, and the poor, and to highlight that differentiating people according to their so-called economic usefulness, which functions here as a contemporary form of racism. And also I will put, because my last 4 years I was monitoring and I was coordinating the projects related to the border zone, so I will leave the last report to the organizers. These reports allow the criminalization of solidarity and anti-repression activities, so I will just put it also around and we'll leave it, you can also find the full report on the website. So my analysis in the context of the theory actually will draw from, let's say, three complementary perspectives. And first perspective, it's Sandro Mezzadra and his book Border as Method, which describes the border as a tool, a way of thinking about capitalism and the production of labor. The border not only excludes but also differentiates and includes. And there is a term differential inclusion, which is creating hierarchies of labor and citizenship. Migrants are incorporated into the economy selectively as a workforce deprived of rights, which allows capitalism to maintain inequality and flexible forms of exploitation. And to this, we need also the border regimes, actually in the walls and the different laws, and the state of emergencies. In the context of Zatra also talk about the concept of autonomy of migration. For what? To emphasize actually that migrants are not passive objects of the border policy, but their movement, survival strategies, and forms of resistance also shape the very logic of the border and of power. Second, I draw from Achille Mbembe the concept of necropolitics, which reveals how states and institutions decide who may live and who is condemned to death or destitution, or who is perceived as an enemy. And the third, of course, Ewa Harkiewicz, as I mentioned before, the idea of economic racism, according to which class and national divisions are legitimized through a logic of economic usefulness. In this sense, the precarious worker and the migrant embody the same rationality of the neoliberal state. So, logics of hostility. First, I will go to the, let's say, example of the Polish-Belarusian border. I know that maybe it can be hard to follow for those of you who do not follow the events in details about the border zone, but I think that maybe my presentation will be, let's say, an inspiration to go deeper. In a text that I'm currently also developing with the researchers from Border Forensic, and entangled logics of enmity, we analyze the Polish-Belarusian border zone, which has become a site where two orders of hostility intertwine. One is geopolitical and the other one is racial one. So migrants generally from the global south, forced migrants were presented as weapons in Lukashenko's hands, stripped of agency and reduced to objects of military strategy. And this discourse of weaponized migration was really useful to legitimize violence, from illegal pushbacks to deaths in the forest, and normalize the state of emergency. So now, actually, we do not talk about that space of invisibility, but we are dealing with the forced disappearances in Poland, we are dealing with deaths, on the Polish side and also on the Belarusian side, and more specific data you can also find in our report. But I will be short here as I have only 15 minutes. So the result of, let's say, those discourses and narrations, and also about the result of the narration about that we need to protect the national state against the enemy, which means that the ballot, we are not talking anymore about the human beings, but the ballots in Lukashenko's hands. The result is an architecture of enmity, infrastructures and legal frameworks that produce a space where exclusion and death become systemic and also invisible. So the next, it's economic racism, and how can we, let's say, jump from the economic racism as a connecting logic, let's say. So here I will refer to Ewa Harkiewicz because in her analysis of the Polish special economic zones in Wałbrzych, post-industrial city, and the occupation of the empty buildings by single mothers there, she did the research in 2009, 2010. She argues that the contemporary form of racism no longer relies solely on skin color or ethnic origin, but on the economic value of individuals. And she did it, let's say, really well on that examples. Economic racism, it's a tool to build a strong hierarchies between people according to their capacity to work and their usefulness within the capitalist system. So actually migrants are often portrayed as a threat to the labor market, even when they cross the border, yet simultaneously exploited as a cheap workforce in socially and spatially invisible sectors, because we do not talk and we do not know the scale actually of the black labor market. Similarly, we are focusing still on the securitization of migration policy. So similar logics apply to subordinated classes, the unemployed, the evicted tenants, the residents of container housing, which is the substandard of houses in Poland, made by the Mittal and the workers' containers, which emerged in Poland after the flood, which was in 1997, as a temporary solution. But it's not temporary, it became, let's say, a new social houses standard. So the residents of container housing were pushed into invisibility, far from the center, with limited rights or stripped of them altogether. So we have that, let's say, places of invisibility and also places without rights. So in both cases, we see biopolitical management of life and death, deciding who deserves support and who merits exclusion. We have the same, let's say, in the context of the Wałbrzych analysis and and also we have the same in the context of the social container housing. So the logic of the border within, let's say. Now I will jump really fast to the container houses. In my research of container housing, which is 2009-2013, I examined internal borders, which means spaces where law, architecture and discourse combine to isolate the poorest. We are not talking about race, but we are talking, let's say, about the class. But on the other hand, the mechanisms are really similar. So containers in Poland are not merely a form of housing, they are instruments of class segregation based on a moral and economic logic similar to that found in the border policies targeting migrants. So when we are talking about the containers, the container becomes a figure of neoliberal poverty management, isolated of solving structural problems, such as shortage of housing. The state creates zones of isolation and visible humiliation, exploiting emergency contexts such as the 1997 flood. So residents are disciplined through spatial control, surveillance, and the language of pathology. And we do not talk about the real, let's say, divisions between the tenants of the poorest container settlements. So this is an internal form of exclusion, analogous, and we can find the analogy to the external border walls. So the point of convergence, the border and the container settlement, and in a sense, the factory of the outskirts constitute two sides of the same logic. Space becomes a lot of separating and controlling those whom the system deems expendable. And migrants and local subordinated classes meet symbolically in invisible, or metaphorically, in invisible zones of violence, exclusion, where the law does not reach, and where violence is justified through narratives of discipline, control, and protecting society from the other, at the border, in economic zones and in container settlements. This shared experience of precarization allows us to interpret contemporary European society as a structure that reproduces class divisions through the language of security and morality. So, actually, to conclude, I know that this is, let's say, really maybe, you know, we can go deeper into each slide and then make a, let's say, different presentation, even a report. But to conclude, in the situation, on the general level, the situation of migrants and precarious workers reveals the continuity of power logics in the late capitalism. So law and infrastructure and the state become tools for reproducing class and racial divisions. Economic racism binds this mechanism together by making economic usefulness the fundamental criterion of humanity. Yet, precisely in these spaces, the border forests or the container settlements, that practices of solidarity emerge, challenging the logic of hostility. Perhaps is there in invisible zones of violence and exclusion that the seeds, let's say, of new forms of community and resistance are being cultivated. And I think that also it's really, I wanted to actually bring that complicated subjects in that really general presentation to maybe just open our imagination. Because sometimes we are talking about migration and about the class and about, let's say, what is local, and we do not see the mechanisms. And at the end, I will show you, this is the one slide from the project that we are working on with Border Forensic Agency. So we are mapping that zone of hidden zone of violence or zone where the law does not reach in the context of the situation of the people who cross the border. And this will be project also about the militarization, changes in the law. And this is photo from my last research. This is a photo of the migrants who have been living in Poland since 90s. The Romanian migrants. This photo I took, it's like from one settlement I took in 2015. And what is common, and this is the container settlement housing. What is common for all those spaces, let's say, it's that those are the zones where the actually law works completely different. And we have the different, let's say, even those who, we have a completely different status that people are excluded from their own rights because also of their economic status. So hopefully it was understandable because it was not so easy. Of course, I designed the abstract from, you know, it was a lot there, but I'm open for the questions, and I also can refer you to our work and let's say separate reports about the container, Roma migrants, and about the situation at the border. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Now we have a time for discussion. So, okay.
I have a question about invisibility and hyper-visibility, because it seems to me that you talked very articulately about some ways in which people are invisible, but in many narratives around migration, migrants are hyper-visible in some ways. So, for example, in the UK context, so the boat crossings from the channel going across makes up maybe 70% of total migration. We almost don't talk about the 93% of legal migration. We focus on the 7%, and there's a sense there of hyper-visibility, and hyper-visibility also of the migrant experience, where they're taking jobs or they are living in hotels and they are costing money. But we don't talk about other things such as the danger of crossing, let's say. So there's an interesting, maybe you can talk about, how visibility and invisibility work together.
Yes, I mean, it's really, thank you for that question, because actually it's the mechanism which is what is invisible. The invisible, it's that, let's say, the sites where the state violence occur. And what is visible, actually, this creates also our imagination, because when we are talking, for example, this will be example actually from this city, when we start to talk about the Roma-Romanian migrants, where the local newspaper reveals that they are doing something illegal. You know, we do not talk about the systemic, the history of the systemic oppression. We do not talk about the, let's say, broader context. We talk about what is visible, but in the context of criminalization, of the securitization, and the zones of invisibility are also connected with the position of the person, which cannot, let's say, cannot loudly, not even talk, but those people are without rights. Where are they alone, without an assistance? You know what I mean? And this is, I think that for me, actually the major, the basic things and distinction between the visibility and invisibility. It is the architecture of the systemic violence and criminalization.
I'd like to ask you about the academic interest or support that the situation at the Belarusian border is receiving. What sectors of the academia approach these problems? Law studies, political studies, sociologists, of course, but have you registered any acute interest and studies of this phenomenon within Polish academia?
So actually, some of my friends, they are from Warsaw University, and most of them are from Warsaw University. I think it was 2021 or the beginning of 2022, they established a group, researchers at the border. So each month, and now I think that last year's, each month it was a conference at the border zone with the presentations about the ongoing researchers and how they can actually be involved as a researchers and how to, let's say, make academia again visible in the context of the social problems. It means that they are documenting. A lot of people who are involved in the group, they are also going for the humanitarian interventions. They are documenting. They support advocacy, and now they lead each 2 months. There is a conference there, so they are focusing to some elements of the broader, let's say, construction of the border crisis. So I think that still in the context of the role of academia, this is, let's say, showing us how academia can respond to the ongoing crisis. But not in the way that this is, let's say, maybe not less in an individual way, but more also as a support for the political strategic advocacy, which is focused on change. But still, we are in that kind of limbo that, you know, this is also showing the, let's say, the narration and the strong narration about the securitization of migration and about that, even to talk about the Polish-Belarusian border now, it's sometimes perceived as a threat to the nation state, or because when you document when you are focused on the still on humanitarian crisis at the Polish-Belarusian border zone, then, for example, a lot of journalists, they told us that they are not allowed anymore to write an article on a newspaper because the head of the newspaper told them that okay, but we will be perceived as supporters of Russia, or as a propagandist, And look, we are in Poznań. But since 2021, I'm in Warsaw, and in Poznań, I think that we do not here. I mean, the people who are there really limited power to even highlight their work. We do not talk in the media. There is no debate in the media about or there is a debate, but based on the political rhetoric. Not based on the facts, not based on the reports. And I got used to the situation, unfortunately, that my colleagues from the different associations or the colleagues who are each day documenting the events of the Belarusian border zone, let's say they are producing reports, but they do not have possibility to actually change the social debate because actually, I mean, it's really hard to start a cooperation with journalists who are afraid that because we have that securitization and the security is the first. So this is let's say the securitization of whole debate about migration, and in reality, it's also the politicization of migration. So yes, so hopefully you can also find the link and let's say, just maybe also, open the other ways of analyzing and the problem, and maybe find also connections with the local politics and local integration politics and labor market and so on. I'm sorry, I was jumping through.
I would like to ask you a question about solidarity, because all these circumstances described in your presentation, also to some extent they explain the lack of solidarity that is working here, right? I mean, the solidarity is not working here, because when you have those people in those zones, with containers and things and spaces like this, yes, they are maybe sometimes hyper-visible, but sometimes invisible, and for some reasons people do not want to stare, do not want to see this, right? You want to touch this, right? What would you say about this, the state of lack of solidarity, and how could you imagine what could be effective, yes, in breaking this logic of depriving us of solidarity, because there are so many examples. I for example, remember some number about, so not European country, but in Dubai, they were building all these places, and they were recruiting the workers from Bangladesh, from different places, and of course they were deprived of any protection. Yes? They were working with 50% ski, which is prohibited normally in Dubai, yes? But they were forced to do it, right? And there are people of different races, and they work for Dubai people. They belong to the one class, yes. People from the outside of different races, just labor workers, yes, exploit them and send them back, right? So could you develop this analysis and the context of solidarity and what kind of practices, yes, would shape this the dramatic system of not being solidar?
Yes, I think that it's like it's a powerful narration, because if we would like to be in solidarity with someone, we need to find the common things, let's say. that we have, you know, we are fighting for something, we are building the community, or we are supporting something, but in the context of economic racism narration and the neoliberal narration, which was systematically implemented in the discourse about the poor and also about race, it was, for example, it's really visible on the example of the tenants of container houses, or on the tenants of the social houses in housing in Poland, which means that according to that neoliberal narration, they are, and those are the quotations from the Ewa Hakiewicz research, which inspired me a lot. That's why I'm referring to her, because she really she analyzed a lot of comments on the articles about the independent mothers or single mothers who start to occupy the empty buildings in the context of lack of social houses. So they were called like a social parasites, that they are poor because they are stupid, you know, they have that DNA, and the poor person will not change. And the same, let's say, for Roma migrants. They are like this. They are like, they have some, and this is the mechanism of racism, that we are, let's say, we are creating some characteristics, and we are generalizing, and that all poor people have those characteristic traits, let's say. All migrants, and in the context of but in the context also of migration, it's like it's a huge, really strong narration about the security and criminalization of migration. And it was also in the context of container houses. I remember on my master's degree, I was doing the research on 6 container houses in Poland. And I analyzed the stages of building the social acceptance. So first stage of building the social acceptance towards the container houses as a new social housing standard was actually the description that it will be the containers will be only will work as a punishment for difficult tenants, for difficult tenants. So only it will be the punishment. So only men, single men, alcohol with the violent people who are using violence with alcohol problem will live there. And the problem is that no one is verifying that, let's say, projects, when they are designed, where they are implemented. Because indeed, where after the implementation, when I did the research about who lives there, it became a new standard of social housing. So there were families, there were, of course, single men, single women, you know, but all the main thing, what was common for everyone, they got the right to the social housing unit, and they were poor. They were evicted from the previous house. So those kind of criminalization mechanism according to economic status, race, class, they are working, and they are kind of embedded in that neoliberal system. So when we are talking about, they are unworthy for the economy, also they are unworthy to have, let's say, rights, and also rights to talk about their own histories. So that's why we do not hear the stories of the people that, why they cross the border. That story is visible only on the border.
Does any of your organizations, either Helsinki Foundation or Border Forensics, do they have access to these special emergency zones where normal laws do not apply? Do you have any means to monitor the actual situation in real time?
Yes, I mean it is hard, but in Polish context, the civil society actors organize and they decided to establish some new NGOs and small coalitions that they are still working, operating at the border zone, and also we are associated with the Bern University, so we were able to apply for the official university delegation, also to talk, to access data, and to talk with the border guards, for example, and to talk. Our main goal is actually to talk with different actors and bring all the perspectives, but also to talk with those actors which are often excluded from that. From the debate. Yes.
One more point for the intersection of class and migration. I think the relation is evident. The poorer you are, the more difficult is the process of migration. But in the center of this phenomenon that is happening now in the United States, the drastic limitation of migration, we heard about the government's position offering, I think it was called golden visa, so that you can pay, I don't know how many millions of dollars, and the possibility to establish yourself in the United States. It's a direct position saying if you have money, you can do it.
Yes.
And the question is, do you think would it be possible in Europe or in Poland?
I thank you for that question because I almost forgot, and I had it in my mind twice during the talk that I forgot about this. So you remind me about the possibility to buy the citizenship in Europe. So you can buy the citizenship. Actually, what came to my mind first, it's Greece, in the Greek housing market. If you have enough money to buy property, I don't remember now the amount of money, but let's say it will be, I don't know, okay, 1 million euro. I don't remember the amount, but then automatically you are buying this with the citizenship. That's why a lot of Chinese investors are investing also in Greece, because according to the local regulation, you are becoming the citizen of Greece and of the European Union, and the same was in Hungary. So yes, actually, if you have, if you are worthy to the system, it's completely different discussion.
Okay, so we are so shocked with the Trump decision, and we don't know it functions in Europe.
Yeah, it is. And that's why, this is the architecture of that system, and it's also nothing rare that we do not talk about it, because that system is designed in a way that we do not talk about that. You know what I mean?
I believe Mark Delaney told us in 2024 that it is also the case in United Kingdom, that full citizenships cost one or couple or few million pounds or something like that. I'm pretty sure I remember that correctly. Yeah. So yeah, it is the case. So thank you very much for that very. And now please let me invite our second speaker, Magda Totok, who is our Chanel team member and full professor of Spanish literature in the Department of Spanish Studies here at Adam Mickiewicz University. Her research focuses on 20th and 21st century Spanish fiction, with particular interest in graphic narrative, translation, gender and cultural studies. She has published widely on politics in Spanish literature from a gender perspective, as well as on emotions, urban space and political theory. And political consciousness in contemporary narratives, including the role of graphic novel in social and political discourse. She also serves as I learned that very today, as a vice president of International Association of Hispanic Studies. And today we will hear a lecture entitled "The Man with the Fake Neckties," the emotional politics of displacement, and the example of Ordesa by Manuel Vilas.
Thank you. We're looking for pictures, but in the meantime, two preliminary remarks. The first one is that I tried to read this novel in the framework of social ideas, sociological and political ideas, affect theory, not strictly literary studies. What makes me feel a little bit unease, out of my comfort zone. But I think it's illuminating, and I'm going for it. And the second remark is that it is going to be about suffering. I'm sorry, because we're lamenting in the morning. But I would even say that the novel, as my analysis as well, it's the core of my analysis. Turning pain into fiction. So it is the subject. Questions of class have returned to the literary agenda in the 21st century, not as a nostalgic echo of industrial society, but as a response to new forms of inequality. Economic crisis, mobility, and precarity have reshaped how writers depict belonging and exclusion, success and failure. Rather than celebrating upward mobility, contemporary authors such as Annie Ernaux, Didier Ribon, Douglas Stewart, and others turn personal memory into social critique, exposing the emotional cost of crossing class boundaries. Okay, on this slide you can see the original edition, the Spanish edition of the novel with a cover band saying "Esta historia te pertenece," this story belongs to you. It goes for the 8th edition at the slide, but now I think it's the 16th edition. And then the covers of the English translation and Polish translation, the novel is translated into Polish as well. These tensions are vividly reflected in Ordesa by the Spanish author Manuel Vilas, a novel about the long shadow of inequality. The narrator of the book is a man from a working class family who has moved into the middle class as a teacher and writer, yet continues to feel like an outsider. He shows that class transition is not only economic, but also affective and cultural. I read Ordesa as a political novel, not because it depicts open conflict, but because it reveals how inequality and class stigma persist beneath ideas of freedom and merit. It's important here to mention the wave of socially committed fiction that appeared in Spain after the 15th movement of Indignados, Movimiento Indignados of the 2011. According to David Becerra Mayor, the author of this observation, this phenomenon represents a repoliticization of literature. It's a turn from light, intimate novels that privatized social problems toward works that confront inequality, precarity, and collective experience, bringing class back into the field of literary and social concern. However, as we know, the meaning and of class in contemporary societies remain subject of debate. While some theorists claim that traditional class divisions have lost their relevance, others argue that they have simply evolved into new forms of inequality. Guy Standing and Oliver Nachtwey described the emergence of a precariat, a group of class defined by a group or a class defined by instability and the erosion of collective identity. As Nachtwey notes, the shared working class ethos has largely been replaced by the aspiration to middle class status. The loss of collective identity has changed the way literature addresses inequality. Grand narratives of class and struggle have faded, giving way to more intimate stories of alienation and precarity. Yet beneath these stories, class continues to operate through habitus and symbolic distinctions that sustain inequality. As Pierre Bourdieu noted, the last book added is a few years old, but I was about to say it never gets old. But maybe I feel not comfortable to enter this discussion about if whether it is outdated or old-fashioned or not, but certainly the tools and the categories elaborated in his theory are extremely useful in the analysis of literature. So as Pierre Bourdieu noted, social divisions persist not only through wealth or status, but through internalized ways of thinking and feeling. Fiction reveals these hidden mechanisms, becoming a crucial space where class and power are exposed, questioned, and reimagined. Ordesa is an autobiographical novel where Manuel Villas revisits his past through the lens of mourning. Written after the death of his parents and the collapse of his marriage, it reads as a long elegy. A man in his 50s looks back on his life from a place of loss and solitude. With an intimate voice, Villas turns personal grief into a reflection on family, memory, and class. The narrator remembers his parents and a modest childhood, showing how deprivation quietly moves from one generation to the next. Everyday objects, shirts, furniture, cars, become relics of a vanished working class world, what Villas calls cheap wonders, haunted by the ghost of the past. The experience of class displacement in Ordesa is not about upward success, but about estrangement. Having moved from a poor background to the educated middle class, the narrator finds no true belonging. He has left his origins behind, but never fully entered the world above. His story embodies the emotional paradox of social mobility, how progress can turn into loss, and how personal memory becomes a site of collective mourning for a forgotten plebeian Spain. The novel's political force lies precisely in this, in turning intimate emotions, shame, inadequacy, nostalgia, into a quiet critique of the class boundaries that shape everyday experience. One of the most emblematic figures in this regard is that of the man with the fake necktie. During an official dinner, a cultural event attended by the Spanish royal family, the narrator, invited as a writer, experiences an acute sense of alienation. The necktie, a symbol of formality and distinction, becomes an emblem of his class dislocation. He does not fit him, literally and metaphorically. As he explains, on the inside, I become someone else, and I give myself a nickname. The man with the fake necktie, the spectre emerges. I am now the spectre. The man with the fake necktie is a rookie. It's his first time eating with the king and queen. He's afraid he won't be up to the demands of protocol. I won't read the entire quote, but I'd like you to notice those key metaphors, the capital letters in the passage are mine. In Bourdieu's terms, the fake necktie exposes the symbolic limits of social mobility. Entering a privileged space does not mean mastering its codes. What for others is a natural gesture of confidence, a handshake, a greeting, a neatly tied knot, becomes for him a sign of exclusion, a reminder of the invisible boundaries that separate those who belong from those who only appear to. The image of the fake necktie recurs in different forms as the sad necktie, the frightened tie, the humiliated tie, etc. Each variation marks a different emotional register of class dislocation. The fake tie evokes imitation and the pressure to perform belonging. The sad tie reflects the melancholy of leaving one's origins behind. The frightened tie captures the internalized fear of not fitting in. And the humiliated tie embodies the shame of exposure before the codes of privilege. These recurring images give emotional texture to what Bourdieu calls symbolic violence, the process through which class divisions are absorbed and felt as personal inadequacy. This tension reaches its peak in the royal dinner scene when the man with the frightened tie, amazed by the enormous table, imagines celebrating Christmas there with the ghosts of his lower ancestors, his parents, his grandparents, I'm referring to the second quote, his parents, his grandparents, his great-grandparents, his great-great-grandparents. This fantasy shifts the conflict from the social to the historical. The forgotten working class generations finally seated among the powerful. The frightened tie thus binds his personal discomfort to a broader sense of loss, being cut off not only from privilege, but from history itself. This tension is also clear in another moment of the royal dinner. He didn't know how to say good afternoon, good evening, good morning, or hello, how are you, nice to meet you, to the king or queen. His muteness is to be expected. His genetic code contains only terror and anguish and error. The narrator renders the experience of class alienation through small embodied details, the silence, the clumsy gestures, the unease of a man who doesn't know how to say good afternoon to the king or queen. His muteness, he says, is inherited, a genetics of terror, anguish. That silence at the royal dinner exposes the mechanics of social distinction, the promise of inclusion, symbolized by the invitation to dine with the king, turns into what Laurent Berland calls cruel optimism, an attachment to an idea that instead of liberating, sustains frustration. The dream of sitting at another table captures this paradox, the desire for recognition that, rather than closing the distance, makes it painfully visible. Later in the novel, this sense of estrangement expands into a broader reflection on memory and history. It becomes explicit in his thoughts on genealogy. I would like to talk to his great-great-grandfather, if he ever existed. He changes the grammar person of the enunciation from the first person to the third. Now he's talking as a third. There is no bond. There is nothing. But the monarchy is a bond. The king's ancestors' portraits hang in the Prado Museum. The monarchy becomes the clearest symbol of structural inequality, an institution that turns historical chance into inherited privilege. While the king can literally visit his ancestors in the Prado Museum, the narrator's family remains absent from both art and archives, excluded from the nation's cultural memory. This contrast exemplifies what Bourdieu calls symbolic capital, the privilege of being remembered and represented. The narrator's lack of ancestry, there is no bond, is not personal failure but a structural condition. His social ascent cannot restore a lineage that was never part of the national narrative. As Michael Sandel and Oliver Nachtwey remind us, meritocratic ideology conceals this reality, transforming inherited inequality into a moral story of effort and merit. Odessa breaks that illusion that transforms private grief into political testimony. The man with the frightened tie embodies a forgotten social history. His silence at the royal table speaks for those with no portraits in the Prado, whose absence still marks Spain's moral landscape. This erasure, however, is not confined to the past. It reappears in the present as inherited deprivation. I will never get used to being poor, the narrator confesses, and later he adds, I am calling it poverty, but it's vulnerability. Villas presents poverty as both an ethical and a social condition, shaped by exclusion, but experienced as fragility and exposure. When he writes that neither my father nor I plundered the world, he transforms social impotence into a kind of unintended integrity. The image of monks in some unknown mendicant order evokes a paradoxical dignity, a quiet discipline born not from choice but from deprivation. Yes, this ethical tone is undercut by irony. The narrator admits that his distance from wealth is not the result of virtue, but of incompetence when it comes to plunder. What first seems like a confession of failure becomes, through language, a quiet critique of a society that rewards exploitation and punishes restraint. Poverty here is not moral simplicity, but social weakness, an inherited inability to take part in the system of privilege and profit. The narrator's belief in economic destiny expresses a deep sense of structural limitation. If we had been rich, everything would have been better. And that's true of everything. And he continues, if my parents had money, things would have gone better for me. But they had nothing, absolutely nothing. These reflections dismantle the myth of meritocracy, revealing how inequality is reproduced rather than overcome. There was no way to make money. I think that's hereditary. I'm poor too. In this line, Villas shows how poverty becomes internalized as a kind of inheritance, a family condition, mistaken for destiny. In this sense, Odessa reflects what Michael Sandel calls meritocratic hubris, the moral arrogance that treats success as virtue and failure as fault. By exposing this illusion, Villas reveals poverty not as a lack of effort, but as a systemic constraint that limits both opportunity and imagination. Villas further links this condition to another, more invisible form of suffering, shame. Admitting to poverty in Spain seems to be an immoral act, reprehensible, an affront. In these lines, poverty is not only hidden, but morally condemned, turned into a form of guilt. Drawing on Sarah Ahmed's idea that emotions
circulate socially, attaching themselves to bodies and shaping hierarchies of feeling, we can see how in Odessa shame functions as a social mechanism. It defines who gets to speak and turns poverty into both stigma and silence. This theme of inherited poverty culminates in the poem Historia de España. Can you read? Is it big enough? I'm showing it in 3 language versions because, to my surprise, in the final section of the book there are several poems, and in the English translation they're not translated. The poem, the novel, was published without this poetic part, so the English translation is mine and Google translation. And the Polish translation is the translation of Carlos Merodano Casas, the translator of the novel. And the original version is also there. So this poem, Historia de España, is a kind of proletarian psalm, as one critic called it, for its simple rhythm, collective voice, and a tone of a quiet but stubborn defiance. Pobre fue mi padre, muy pobre, y el padre de mi padre, pobre soy yo. I'm saying it in Spanish because I think that the rhythm in the original Spanish version is much more evocative. So through this anaphoric repetition, pobre, pobre, padre, padre, Vilas sums up an entire family history of deprivation in just a few simple lines. The effect is both poetic and political. Poverty appears not as an accident, but as an inheritance passed from one generation to the next. This hereditary condition culminates in the striking image. To have nothing marks your blood here in Spain, and you never lose the smell of poverty. The smell becomes a metonymy for social stigma. Poverty that clings to the body, impossible to escape. Vilas turns material lack into symbolic contamination, a mark that persists even when life conditions improve. The poem also shows how this inherited condition becomes moralized. They end up turning your poverty into guilt, a whole moral art. Poverty becomes not just deprivation, but accusation, a moral label in a society that mistakes inequality for personal failure. This idea echoes again with Michael Sanders' meritocratic hubris, the belief that success reflects virtue, while poverty reveals moral weakness. In Vilas' poem, this logic turns into cruelty, disguised as ethics, a system that converts structural injustice into private shame. Through the language of lineage, father, grandfather, son, Vilas rewrites inheritance in self, not the transmission of wealth, but the transmission of dispossession. The repetition of nothing, no tuvimos nada, absolutamente nada, marks a collective void of property, recognition, and historical visibility. The poem's short, flat rhythm reflects this emptiness, turning silence into a form of testimony. Historia de España, far from a private lament, functions as a counter-history, a brief political record of those excluded from official narratives of progress. Its poor fathers are not just individuals, but symbols of a class erased from the nation's memory. By ending the novel with this poem, Vilas turns personal memory into a collective accusation. The story of one family becomes the story of Spain's inequality. Concluding, in Odessa, class mobility, becomes a reconfiguration of identity. Assent brings not stability, but new precarity and emotional dislocation, exposing how the promise of progress hides enduring structures of exclusion. At this point, I think it feels also natural to return to Jacques Rancière, a key reference in our project on the political novel and a constant presence in our discussions. Ordesa enacts what Jacques Rancière calls an intervention in the distribution of the sensible, by giving voice to those erased from official history, the poor fathers, the frightened ties of Spain. Villas makes visible what dominant ideology prefers to forget. His writing restores to literature a critical function, not to offer solutions, but to make inequality perceptible again, to turn emotion into knowledge and mourning into a quiet form of resistance. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And now is the time for our last discussion. So we're ready for questions.
Quite general question for the speakers actually, because while listening I was trying to create some kind of definitions or maps. We are talking about class logics, how the logics are being transformed in political discourse, in literary discourse, right? How can we talk about, does the field of the novel gives us certain tools or certain fertile grounds for different definitions, or does it change anything? Does it provide new possibilities, allows something more? Is author more direct in speech or more indirect in speech? If we compare political and literary discourses and topic of class logics within those fields.
Okay, I can try to answer. First, your question, I understand, is general. It's not
Very
about particular
yes.
novel. It's interesting because class as a subject is not a direct message, a direct topic. Although in this novel it's quite direct, but the phenomenon. The phenomenon is wider in Spain, and what is interesting that this repoliticization of Spanish society and Spanish writers and Spanish literature and novels, it's not about direct political messages, it's not about revolution, it's not about heroes, but it is new conscience about how inequality and the class divisions appear in everyday life. Okay, so it's also, of course, about evictions, about inequality, about insecure housing, unpaid jobs, etc. But first of all, it's about pain, suffering, shame. It's about failure. It's written from inside this pressure of the class structure and the general neoliberal situation of the subject. And I think it is interesting because it helps us articulate things that goes unnamed. This relation of class structure, of the sense of shame, from this sense of failure that usually many subjects, many people consider as personal weakness, but the sociological discourse and literature show you that it is not the case, that it is the consequence of structural inequality. not so direct and so radical.
And maybe I will add that, in my opinion, it's also, let's say, showing us or providing us with the tools to understand the broader architecture of the systemic violence, divisions, of the systemic segregation, and then you have that, and also it didn't mention psychology. That also, we are used to that individualized psychology that let's say, neoliberal, how the capitalist system is structured is, it's not visible there. And how can you now, let's say, unpack the shame in the context of the systemic inequality, systemic segregation and state and oppression and economic oppression? Yes, this is something that, generation after generation, but we are not used to talk about it in that way. We are used to, let's say, have it, let's say, obvious that, okay, there's being shamed for being poor. So.
I will add a detail to your position, because I realized that the first book of critical essays about this new Spanish repoliticized literature, the title of this book is Convocando al Fantasma, challenging the ghost. Suggesting that those writers in the last 15 years, let's say, they are challenging the ghost. Do you know what the ghost is? Capitalism. So it's not only the crisis of 2008, but it's an awareness, and very wide awareness in culture, pop culture, of this neoliberal ideology that absorbs inequality as something natural and hides how many social tensions, contradictions, etc. Convocando al Fantasma. It is what Spanish writers are doing now. They are challenging the ghost. Finally.
I believe Professor Dula.
Yeah, I raised the hand.
Well, I just want to follow that because you mentioned pop culture, and I heard introduction. You talked about do graphic novels or comic books. So I'm wondering, are you seeing this kind of thing in graphic literature, graphic novels, comic books?
Graphic novels. It's also present. I'm happy you are mentioning it because graphic novel in Spain is now living a golden age, and it deals with politics, it deals with memory. There are very well-selling authors like Paco Roca. I mentioned his name because he is also translated into Polish, very present at the Polish editorial market. And it is discussed also there. It is discussed in films that are present also in European cinemas. You must have seen The Beast, Bestias film, or Alcaraz. These are films from 2021 or 22 about the new vision of the rural life, because it's another topic to discuss, the rural terror that occurred in Spain. Renewed interest in what happens in the countryside that was ignored or marginalized during many years, while big cities like Madrid, Barcelona, Valencia have grown. And there is a strong literature and film production that is questioning this idea of progress that leaves the rural countryside ignored, while we could give back value to this reality. And it's also connected with another phenomenon, Spanish phenomenon, the España vacía, empty Spain, that Spanish land, many regions have been depopulated, and they are empty. They have lost their inhabitants, they have lost their services, political influence, and all those topics are present in the novels, in the cinema, and also in the graphic novels.
Professor Maciej.
Thank you so much. It was really interesting. I liked the presentation very much, and I will read the book. I wanted to ask, as I'm curious, what do you think? As you referred to Rancière, that this is a kind of division inside the public discourse, yeah? the new division. Yeah? But I was curious if it's not a legitimate way of writing about suffering. And that's why all those novels that you are referring to are the autobiographical novels concerning suffering, and it is one of the ways you can write about class identity today, as you write as a victim of the system, and it is legitimate. It's I was reflecting on the situation on the table. Why he's ashamed? Those kings are not real kings. They are fake kings. It was invented in the 70s as a political way of getting out of the strong political conflict. They are in Prague, there are Habsburgs hanging there, and those kings at the table are fake kings. You could confront them with that they are not more real than he as a writer. Here they are new kings.
I'm afraid you are wrong. As for the Spanish royal family, these are the surname of the king is Felipe Borbón y Borbón.
Yeah, but I'm saying that their re-establishment as kings was a political idea to introduce some element that is balancing power structure between the right and the left.
Okay, but they were in they are kings as for the royal blood and inheritance, and they lived in the immigration.
Of course, but he could be like he could confront them as they are not it is an opportunity, and quite obvious one, that he was not using.
Yes, I imagine you're joking when saying from the middle class level, why are you ashamed? You shouldn't be, because you have your own capital and we are not so important as it seems to be. But the question about this suffering tendency in the autobiographical novels, evidently, this novel and many other Spanish novels form part of tendency. That's why I mentioned the names of Annie Ernaux, Ribon, and others that understand. I think Annie Ernaux said, écriture de soi comme écriture sociale. Self-writing as social writing. So this is the idea, so that to turn your private experience to a social problem. And I think it is how they break the divisions, the distribution. It is new, it is innovative to transform private suffering into structural inequality and turn it into fiction. That's why I consider it is political in the Rancièrean sense and in all other senses.
Just one idea is connected with this inherited property. Because property and those who are not having any property, right? And here's already the idea of improper democracy, right? They are not improper, yes, in the system, right? Because they have no property, but they are also improper because they do not know how to work, what to change in this lifestyle, yes, to start earning like the others, right? So could you think that could elaborate analysis of the novel that could bring, come closer to the idea of Mark Buchanan about improper democracy?
I'm not sure if I understand your question, but this idea of deficiency in the capital includes many kinds of capital. One of them is money, is property. And in fact, I started to read and discuss the class topic some years ago when somebody asked me if I feel poor or rich. And I was unable to answer this question. I still am. And so it's all relative. But what is interesting here in this novel, I think that he starts with this traditional class distinction related to the habitus. That he has no cultural capital, he doesn't know how to behave, how to knot a tie, etc. And then he elaborates this problem to the economic problem. That although he made an effort, he became a writer, a teacher, he still doesn't belong. And it is cruel. That's why I mentioned this idea of cruel optimism, that he hoped for stability in a middle class, and he dreamt of this class that in fact makes him feel inferior. So it is a complex process of hope and disappointment, of success and failure, and that's why he's so confused, and that's why he's lamenting. But I'm afraid I'm not answering your question. Maybe you can make it once again so that I understand.
Because they behave improperly, right? It is something circling around the term of property and so on. This is what Mark was inspired by, right? You don't have economic capital, you don't have social capital, and symbolic capital, right? So we are improper in every sense, right? So then you have to reimagine the possibility of the democracy of those who are improper, yes? Improper democracy. So this is how Marx starts, right? Maybe this is the case. Maybe this is one of the examples of him. Right? Would you agree?
Think it over. I am surprised the only question that I prepared the answer wasn't asked. I thought you would ask me what Odessa means. And now I prepared a speech about this beautiful valley in the Spanish Pyrenees. It's a national park we're famous for its mountains, its forests, and a peak whose name is very poetic, Monte Perdido. It's a lost mountain. And it is a place that the father of the narrator loved very much, and they traveled together when he was a boy, and he recalls his father. He goes to the valley, he recalls his father, and this valley becomes a kind of emotional landscape. I can continue. As this question was mine,
but it's a nice place. It's not a place of suffering.
It's true. It's even a place of healing, because he's looking
just a disclaimer for a start that thank you for presentation, and I do like your reading and agree with it, but I'll ask something just for the sake of provocation or discussion, connecting to Christoph's presentation. Also, Christoph followed that line of tension, of contradiction between the narration in proper class and the personal auto-fictive narration. What do you say about that tension in this work? If it's read from one perspective as a return of class questions in Spanish literature, if I understood you correctly. But on the other hand, there are many critics irritated already with the trend of autofiction that claim that autofiction is a definitive symptom of liberal individualism, of fixation on ourselves and our stories as extraordinary stories that should represent something extraordinary instead of, I don't know, typical Lukácsian character that represents classes and so on. And regarding Rancière, when we mentioned him something maybe as association more on the question by Professor Gyula about suffering or non-suffering, places of suffering, stories of non-suffering. I agree with your point about that this can be read as example of Rancière's politics of literature in terms of intervention in order of sensible, but it's interesting with Rancière that one can read him as a very consistent theorist or theorist whose work has many contradictory moments from work to work. And for example, what came just into my mind now and not on the beginning of the day when you mentioned the whole problem is his story of the Knights of Proletariat. I'm not sure you're familiar with it. Yeah, there he insists on those stories. Small stories about different working members of working class even before the Marxist idea of working class was articulated, so early 19th century, who engage in art of different forms or different activities that are not part of their working days and writing about topics that were not expected. And they were scandalous and for Rancière political, because they somehow stepped out of the line, out of the typical division of time, but also out of typical division of topics. They were not talking about being a working class members, doing something working class related to what society expected, but basically composed poems, stories, painted something that was completely unconnectable with working class experience. So that's another way regarding the whole problem of stories of suffering. That's another way, another type of politics, but then the question is that a class politics or something else? Sorry for maybe a long exercise.
Yes, it was, I will answer the first part of the question and we'll leave the second part.
Yeah, second was random association. No problem.
And you know, this tendency of autofiction that you suggest may result repetitive, and did I understand that it's not very well received by the critics?
No, the autofiction generally. Yeah, well, I read a few times, I'm not sure about the references now, but there were a few times not so much, I think, at least about among literary theorists, but like generally in some, so to say, lower tier literary critique. One could read labels with autofiction that it can be read as a symptom of individualism, of fixation of ourselves as grandiose, as extraordinary, and so on. The tendency. So, and that's a sort of but even if we leave those critiques aside, I think that we can follow the tension in this novel, at least from what I understood, because I didn't read it, the similar tension to Christoph's presentation between, for example, from one side class perspective, and on the other side, if something is auto-fictional, if something is auto-diegetic, and if it's so strongly permeated with personal experience, then it somehow also gravitates towards the very, very individual story, towards the forms that are characteristic of bourgeois individualism, not so much of collectivism.
I think that the reading of this fiction in Spanish is the opposite. It's received with enthusiasm because finally we can see literature that doesn't transform problems like inequality or class structures into a private drama. They develop, they elaborate, the writers, the problem. They start with the personal experience, but they elaborate it as a social phenomenon. So after many years of light literature, intimate literature, focused on private topics, very introspective, finally we received a big social discussion through personal experience of the subjects, of the narrators.
As I said, I'm not familiar nor with text nor with the critiques on it, so I'm just asking. Thanks.
I'm afraid we have to stop our discussion here, despite it's very interesting. That's why I say it regretfully. However, we need a short break for regeneration because the main event of today is still ahead of us, and in a few minutes, maybe
like 5:10 we will start.
We will start with our with Craig's book promotion of Brick Dust.
Here?
Here.
And we invite everyone now for the carrot cake and
Whoa.
coffee and carrot cake is especially about this moment. Really, you have to try it. workshop. I am very, very happy and thankful for our dear guest, Craig Jordan Baker, for coming to us. You'll never ever believe who Craig Jordan Baker is. He's not only the friend of Mark Devaney, our friend from Caponero. He doesn't not only know Vedrana Veličković, the one that we know, and many others, but he's also the specialist as an academic, not only in academic creative writing, but also in the landscape, in literature, and places, in the space studies. And what's really intriguing and interesting, he's also a specialist in walk, right? And also in foraging, right? So he just, he's plundering on this landscape. He's studying, but this is very important, and now we will surprise you. Guess what we did when we came to Brighton last year for the conference? We did not care about conference at all. We went to walk through Seven Sisters.
Right, yeah.
You praise it.
Yeah. Oh, it's a wonderful landscape. Seven Sisters refer to 7 hills, chalk hills, which are all alongside the south of the English Channel. It's part of the South Downs National Park as well. It's and it's got very particular and very special habitats known as chalk downland. So, and they contain certain species that you don't tend to find elsewhere.
This is very high as well, so if anyone needs to commit suicide, go over there. Yeah, very popular among suicide. And quite effective as well. And so the place is really productive, and this is really amazing. For Craig, if you want to learn something about the landscape and about the place, about the environment, you should walk there. And kind of his teaching is connected with walking. And it is not just like, Socratesian pathetic discussion. No, we have to walk. Yes? You tell us much more about this. And now he's of course here as the author. He was kind of his involvement in our project is not only writing text portrait, because Craig also writes text portrait. I thank everyone for our team because this is our version, and he helped us to make it. Thank you.
I've done more than the rest of my team at Brighton.
So he's also the author of text portrait, but he also contributed to our project, writing a political novel. But this is not the first one that he has written. He started with a novel called The Necoulians, which will be important for this, which is the family story about the Necoulians. And then the other story was about 2 people walking by the river. Yes, in the Northern Ireland, from the sources of the river until the estuary of it. And this is how the book was, elaborated. Yes, the walking, yes, by the river. Yes, so now you understand why. It is crucial, yes, to have Craig here, because tomorrow we have walk, yes, in Indra, yes, our working class from the district. So I'm very, very happy that we can have this, promotion meeting concerning his new book. But be aware that the first meeting with a great audience in Poznan was today at noon. Like 5,000 students, yes, were watching, and then he left some books for the library. So I heard that there is a list of 25 students now in the row, in the queue, right? Really? To read his novels, right? So this is my mega superstar. Yes, Craig Jordan Baker. And the scenario of the meeting goes like this, okay? We'll ask first Craig to say something about his new book, Brick Dust, right? I will love if you could read some excerpts from the book. And after this discussion, we'll start discussing openly, yes? Do not hesitate to ask, do not hesitate to walk. Yes, do not hesitate to forage if you are able to. Fred, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Dominic, so much for that wonderful and slightly embarrassing introduction. So, how to explain this? Not every story gets told, and our natural democratic intuition that every story should get told is impossible. And so we are left with the question of what story we tell. And Brickdust is about that question. And it's also got some answers to that question. And it involves telling stories about people who are so modest and events that are so everyday that we might wonder why they are worth talking about. And people who are, and why these people are interesting enough to hold our attention. And I think the answer for me is that we live everyday lives every day. Tautology, but and it's so much the meat of our lives, but so often it goes unnoticed or under-noticed. And so I think a lot of my work with Brickdust is about the everyday and about not trying to celebrate the everyday as if it's heroic. No, I don't think so. But to actually refocus on the ways in which everyday lives really are the stuff of our lives. We often pass it by and we often ignore it and think it beneath our notice. And I'll say a little bit about the structure, the narratological structure of this book. I love this talk because you mentioned various things that I think this book is really, really about. So that was fantastic. The narrator is an archivist, but he doesn't live and work in an archive. He lives in social housing, and he has collected newspapers, postcards, council documents about benefits, and he is called a hoarder and a shut-in and a weirdo. But he sees himself as an archivist, and he has collected many documents about the family that's the subject of this book, the Niculian family, who are an Anglo-Irish working-class family. And he's about to be evicted from his council flat for breaking fire regulations, because there's the local newspaper kind of going up the stairs, and his bedroom is full of old cigarette cards that you used to be able to collect when you bought packets of cigarettes and other things. His house is a kind of mess to others, but it's deeply ordered to him. But he's about to be evicted. And so he attempts to tell the story of the family by narrating episodes from their lives, different generations, but also by having documents. And the structure of the novel moves between prose narrative and then a document that relates to that narrative. So there's one chapter which is about a member of the family called Betty Niculian, who has, the story is that she's recently tried to kill herself. And then the document is a letter from the local library saying that she's run up years' worth of fines for the bell jar and if on a winter's night traveller. And we see her reading habits, but we can see that these are years old and she's no longer there. She run up the fines because she didn't make it. And so it's a movement between prose narrative and documents, the documents from this narrator's archive. That's the basic frame, I suppose, and it very much is about ancestry and about a kind of ancestry of a family that is very difficult to tell, or it's very odd to tell, very unusual. And so I was really struck by the idea that the king has ancestors and is in touch with his ancestors. And this is an attempt to be in touch with the ancestry of one family, the Niculians. I want to begin with a reading, which is from the first prose chapter which is called the Banks of the Bann. The Bann is the longest river in Northern Ireland. It's actually the subject of my second book, which is a non-fiction book where I walked the River Bann with a good friend of mine, a queer Irish poet called Cherry Smith. You should check out her work. She's excellent. And it was a dialogue between poetry and prose. And so I've been thinking about this river a lot. And it's set in 1953, and I'm sure you know that 1953 in Northern Ireland was a time of deep sectarian strife between Catholics and Protestants. And this is the story of the paterfamilias of the Naculian family, known as Nandad Naculian. And this is a bit of his story, and he ends up fleeing Ireland due to sectarian abuse, and then he arrives at a city which is famous for the Titanic. That's Southampton, that's where I come from. No one knows much about Southampton apart from it's where the Titanic left and then promptly sunk in the Atlantic. And just a health warning, I will sing.
Wow.
Chapter 2, The Banks of the Bann, 1953. This is the story of how they cut a hole in his prick. You may imagine this might not be much of a story, because something we all know about pricks is that on the hole, they have a hole. And why you'd want to cut a hole in something that already has one seems, if not wholly, then at least partly bizarre. So let me begin by telling you that Nandad Naculian already had the normal, standard hole in his prick when they cut another, non-standard, non-normal hole in it. They added the extra hole because of what some people might describe as an excess of righteous fervour, and others might describe as plain old sectarian penile brutality. Now, this was in a time when Nandad was a young man, and a young man that people said was old enough to have known better. But young Nandad didn't know better, or if he did, he didn't give a sufficient shit to act on the knowing better. It all began in a small town one muggy and midge-thick August evening in Solitude Park, along the bosky verges of the Bann. It was here, sheltered beneath a drooping willow, that Nandad was sleeping with a woman. Or rather, he wasn't sleeping, he was fucking. And so was she, for that matter. And another thing was that this woman wasn't really a woman, but more a girl, striding along the bosky verges of womanhood. And now, I only need to add that this fucking girl was of the wrong religion. But again, that's not quite right. Rather, it was Nandad Naculian who was of the wrong religion. This was the principal reason he was given an extra hole in his todger by family members and close associates of that fucking girl from the right religion. But thankfully, all of this didn't happen right away, because if it did, it wouldn't be much of a story now, would it? No. What happened was that another boy, striding along the bosky verges of manhood, was at that time also striding along the banks of the Bann. His name was Will McGuinness, and at that point in time, he was feeling rather happy with himself. In fact, he was chuffed. Yes, chuffed was the word running through his head, and it was delivered in a salt-of-the-earth English accent, as in, unlike chuffed, I am. The reason Will McGuinness was chuffed was because that afternoon, his flutter on the greyhound Henry Baker had just come in at 10 to 1, and Will's pocket jangled with tanners, florins, and crowns. He hummed as he strode through Solitude Park along the Bann's banks, puffing away the stub of his fag and feeling quite chuffed. To mark his success, he had also partaken of a couple of bulls of malt from the Downshire Arms, something that had put him in a compositional mood. With the stub of his tooth-peppered pencil, he He was jotting down a ditty on the back of a postcard of the Mourne Mountains. Will stopped under a street lamp's steady light and tilted up his verse for inspection. The lilt of his hum lifted and fell on the night air. Then he spat his fag butt away and into the long grass by the river and cleared his throat. On the banks of the Bann, it was where I first met her. He intoned to the midgy night air, then cleared his throat once more. On the banks of the Bann, it was there I first met her. She appeared with her muff out like a punk from Tandragee. Her tits were like diamonds, with her eyes shyly shining. She's the fairest of women that I've ever seen. If you're wondering why I'm focusing on the actions of a swaggering, foul-mouthed lout like Will McGuinness, and I can tell you it's for two reasons. The first reason was that little did he know he was only a couple of metres away from the man-boy and the woman-girl down at the bank's edges, who had stopped fucking right at that moment when they heard Will's compositional efforts. Indeed, in the woman-girl's throat, a yelp was being suppressed as she espied the figure under the lamp's pool of light. And the second reason I'm focusing on Will McGuinness is because Will McGuinness was the fucking woman's fucking cousin. And yes, and at that very moment, this half-cut cousin was singing about the women of the night by the banks of the Bann. She thought how the show was nearly over, how she was near to being banjaxed by the Bann. Now, after Will's 2 balls of malt and the sound of the purling clear water of the Bann beside him, Will McGuinness felt his bladder to be filling up. He slipped from the lamp's light pool, and his darkened, humming bulk began to float towards the lover's bosky bower. Will's manhood was soon out, and he began relieving himself into the purling clear waters of the Bann, humming his ditty, all the while he did. Though when idly he glanced to his left, he was surprised to see the bright arse of his cousin, Anne McGuinness, amid the bosky verges of the river. This did not chuff him. Even less did he expect to see a boy under her. This too did not chuff him either. And he became decidedly unchuffed when he recognised that the boy under her was from a well-known family of the wrong religion. As he buttoned up, there was no more chuff left in Will McGuinness. For Nandad McCulian, the high hedges at Ballycross Road made the silence more silent, the narrowness narrower, the night more nightish. Now, by now, the blood had begun to dry. So this is how the family in some way gets started. The story is Nandad flees Northern Ireland to settle and raise a family. So the penile brutality didn't maybe do too much damage. Nandad in this part, he runs home, and all of his siblings have already left. They've migrated. They've gone to Canada, Australia. His sister has gone to England, and he realises this is his final. He has to leave because people are coming up to pay the house a visit. And in the context of Northern Ireland, in somewhere where my family from, like Banbridge, it was a strongly Protestant community, and Catholics were tolerated in the 50s and 60s, if they were kind of useful, seemed to be kind of economically useful. And Nandan has just kind of crossed the social barrier, and so he has to flee. And he sends a postcard back to his family. So there's lots of postcards in the novel as well, a family communicating with one another. One person he communicates with is his sister, who was called Shannon Nakulian, an Irish name. When she moves, she marries an English guy, and she moves to England, and then she changes her name. She calls herself Shauna, not Shannon, in order to anglicise. And she says to her folks at home through a postcard, just to let you know, I'm no longer Irish. I'm married to an English man. My kids are English. I'm English. It's done. And that's a bit of context for my next reading, if that's okay, which is set in 1980, and it's called Gross Domestic Product, GDP. And there's a lot of play on here on abbreviations, and how abbreviations are. I mean, we're academics. I'm sure we use lots of abbreviations, in our work a lot. And how these abbreviations are a kind of portal to a certain kind of society. And if you don't know the abbreviations, you get very much shut out of that. And the document that accompanies the chapter that I'm to read through is a women's magazine from the 80s that tells women about the acronyms and the abbreviations that men use, so they can kind of break into their husbands' worlds. So there's a lot of references here to abbreviations you might not know, but that's part of the, fun. So this is about the sister of Nandan Nakulian, who left before him and migrated to England. Gross Domestic Product, 1980. It was a Monday, and they had Nordic crispy pancakes for dinner. You know, the ones with cheese and bacon in them. They had mashed potato too, and peas and salt and pepper to taste. He had coffee and she had tea. He mentioned the possibility of having pudding, but she refused due to the worry of expanding waistlines. He mentioned the possibility of a different flavour of Nordic crispy pancakes for Monday dinner, to which she replied that if he wanted to do the shopping, then he could go right ahead. After dinner, he retired into the florally wallpapered living room, and she did the dishes. She could smell his pipe smoke drifting through to the kitchen, and it reminded her of nothing, because this is what she would always smell. After the dishes were done, she came into the living room and they exchanged a brief but friendly smile. She sat down, and together they watched a game show where the men were old and the women were young. During that evening, he laughed twice and she laughed once at him when he overturned his ashtray while shouting out the capital of Australia at the TV. He thought Sydney. The contestant thought Canberra. Now, Shauna Jones was a kind of fiction. Naturally, she had got her deed polls and her certificates to prove Shauna Jones did exist, but that's not what I mean. Because once upon a time, Shauna Jones had been Shannon Nakulian. While that too might have been a kind of fiction, it all goes to show that the getting of documents and the telling of stories about ourselves is often what we mean when we say we're getting on with our lives. Like many people getting on with their lives, Shauna lived in a terraced brick house, had 2 children and a husband who sometimes seemed less real to her than the people she watched on television. And because getting on with your life meant being a good citizen, Shauna often volunteered at local fetes, galas and fairs, where she ran tombolas, raffles and sweepstakes for the likes of the WI, the YMCA, the RNLI, and once, due to a misprint, the IMLA. That's an Irish Republican terrorist organisation. The other thing to know about Shauna was that she loved Margaret Thatcher and saw her as utterly and searingly real. She loved Margaret Thatcher's angled clothes, her deep voice, her military deportment. She also loved the fact that Maggie, who was now Prime Minister of Great Britain and Northern Ireland, had invented Mr. Whippy ice cream. True fact. She loved that the PM wore outsized jewellery and denounced people with matronly contempt. She loved the Iron Lady for her Englishness, her coolness, and above all, her busyness. On her colour television, equipped with a signal booster Frank had installed for last weekend, she was watching the Iron Lady coming through crystal clear on the 9 o'clock news. In his lounger, Frank was consumed with his paper and chewed at the end of his pencil as he made his daily attempt at the Daily Mail crossword. On the BBC, Thatcher was nodding and pointing from the podium, from upon which she gazed down a sea of mustachioed journos and hacks. Shauna was not paying much attention to Thatcher's words because she felt confident that whatever Thatcher said would be sensible. There was something in there about the nation's problems, about ASLEF and the IRA, about the USSR and the GDR. Shauna sipped at her tea and then leant back a little further into the settee. Yes, Thatcher meant something to Shauna. Thatcher meant that you could make yourself the self you wanted to be, and that your positivity and your sense of purpose would be rewarded. And look at her. Thatcher was a woman, and soon, Shauna thought, there would be women everywhere. There would be women engineers and bus drivers, women bricklayers and women milkmen. There would be more women artists and architects and writers too, and she would call a niece, one of the wee Sean's girls called Betty, who wanted to be a writer. And even though Shauna had never met her niece, she sometimes daydreamed of Betty in her room with her posters of pop stars and 19th century novelists. Shauna was convinced that women were soon going to be everywhere, and everything was going to improve if women were only willing to work for it. Ah, it must be counterfeit, said Frank to his Daily Mail crossword. Shauna dumped a malted milk into her cup of tea and put the wet part of it into her mouth. Yes, she thought, as Thatcher strode off the stage and the news cut back to the studio. Yes, Thatcher meant you could be a woman and you could be yourself. And even if that self was the same self as somebody else, someone with the same Leyland hedge, someone who had the same blender, the same microwave, the same telephone, the same husband, the same television with signal booster, well then, so much the better. For whose job is it to tell you that you shouldn't be like somebody else? That's the second reading. And I think this book moves in a kind of linear direction. We arrive at the very end of the novel, back where we started, which is the family homestead. And this, I think, is important to the idea, running through the novel, of bricks and structures, and the structure of the home. Speaking of Mark Devaney, I took a quote from one of his books as a kind of main quote for the novel, and he says, "What then is a brick? It is a solid object, rectangular, three-dimensional, but these physical qualities tell us little about its properties. Indeed, property is at the centre of its story." And I would say that in the book has a poetic order or symbolic order around bricks. And Zosia, I'm sorry, I talked to you a lot about bricks today and I'll walk through Potsdam.
I'm ready for more. So.
I've become actually quite obsessed with different brick bonds and patterns. My family were bricklayers, but I realised it was never spoken about at home because that was just your job. And then I realised actually by doing research that this was not, actually a lot of people in my family had a lot of skill and a lot of knowledge. and they didn't ever think it worth talking about that, not skill and knowledge. And so I had to go and actually do research. I had to do research about bricklaying and deep fat frying and the giant frying ranges you get in like British chilies, you know, chip shops. I did lots of kind of research, and I once went to a deep fat frying company. I emailed them and said, "Can I have your catalogue, please?" And they said, "Why do you want our catalogue? What business are you running?" And I said, "Oh, I'm sorry, I'm a writer." and they were like, "Oh, okay, if you must." And they emailed me the catalogue, thinking some weirdo writer's writing about frying ranges. But indeed I was. But in the novel, it's called Brick Dust because it's these documents are the dust, and they are trying to gather them together into an order that might make sense, might reveal something about everyday life. And also, when we try and build walls, it's both a literal and a figurative thing that we do. And we have different kinds of bonds. And of course, in English, you have brick bonds, but you also have that familial idea of bonds, and you know, bonds of friendship, bonds of family. And so I play on that a lot in my novels. There's a novel called, there's a chapter called English Bond, which is a kind of brick bond where you have long bricks, and then the next layer you have shorter bricks facing out, and then long bricks, and that's called an English Bond. And it's about a character called Bernard McCullion, who's the son of Nandad, and how he becomes an English nationalist in order to try and in a sense, deny and refuse his kind of migrant kind of background, and he becomes, he sort of falls into that. And I'm also interested because from an Anglo-Irish perspective, a lot of people such as Tommy Robinson, I don't know if you've heard, leader of the English Defence League, a hard-right British group. His other name is John Yaxley Lennon. He's from an Irish background, and a lot of the English right, there's a quite high incidence of them being from an Irish background, and I think there's a sense there of like discontinuity, disjunction, that they want to really claim a certain kind of pure Englishness that they can't quite ever achieve in some ways, so they feel socially uncomfortable. But speaking of Englishness, my final reading, and then maybe a few questions, if that's what you want, or maybe you just want to have them, I don't know. I want to talk about the third generation, and Greg McCullion is the third generation. He is Nandad McCullion's grandson. And the part I will read from, and I'll read different sections of this chapter, it's Greg who is a bit hapless and a bit uninspirational, and a very average guy that is read in his working class context as gay. He's not gay, but he's read as gay because he's quiet and he doesn't conform to a certain kind of idea of manhood. So his uncle's always calling him a puff and a bender, and using homophobic terms because he sort of reads him as gay. But he's a quiet guy and a modest guy, and he's a lonely man as well. And he joins a Morris dancing side. Now, you might not be familiar with the horror and the wonder of Morris dancing. It's a traditional form of English folk dance. And if you don't mind, I think the only way to understand its ridiculousness and its kind of playfulness, and also, although many people who dance Morris would refuse it, it's very clever as well. And one of the reasons why I like it, and I'm a Morris dancer as well as other things, as well as a forager. And if it's okay, I would like to just show you what Morris dancing looks like, because then it will really make the chapter make sense. Okay. This may be your first and last experience of Morris dancing. So it's often danced with hankies, and it's usually danced in a set of 6 people. So you have, you might have me as number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and we don't know much about the Morris' history because it was a working class dance, and very often a lot of working class activities don't get recorded, or they're very sporadically recorded. I will show you, I'm going to do just a little, hopefully I won't get it, but it's show you what Morris dancing looks like. Okay, so. So that's and I learned a lot about perceptions of Englishness by dancing Morris, and also I danced in an all-male side, and I didn't like an all-male side, but I learned a lot, and I also learned that Morris dancers are a very peculiar kind of people, women and men, and a lot of the men are convinced that they look so deeply attractive to women. I was once told by a Morris dancing friend, Craig, women like men who dance. And I thought, I thought, I think you might be slightly deluded. But this is from a chapter called A Plain Caper. And that's a play on words, a caper being a little bit of an adventure, but a caper is also a move in the Morris where you hop from one foot to the other, and that's known as a caper. And if you do it without too much ornamentation, it's known as a plain caper. So I'm going to read 3 bits of this chapter because it follows Greg's story and his sense of wanting to find a community. And also, it's about the Morris as a social structure is a kind of archive, I've realised. And Greg, he turns up and he dances, but he also, in the pub later, realises that the Morris and this kind of fraternity is a kind of social archive. And then he has some reflections about his life, and I think, so there'll be 3 micro readings, I think, that will hopefully give you a sense. But hopefully you can get the sense that many people in the Morris are quite deluded. The first rule of the Morris is talk about the Morris. And the second rule of the Morris is talk about the Morris. The men of Titanic Morris were keen to talk about the Morris dancing. And they impressed upon their members the need to talk about Morris dancing to their friends, family, co-workers, strangers, and to the few foreign tourists who had come to the city, either by accident or because they were interested in the Titanic and its romantic and fatefully doomed voyage. On the occasions when this happened, the tourists would record Morris men on their phones as they danced outside the civic centre or outside pubs such as the Garden Wall in Bittern or the Common Bond in Thornhill. When this happened, electric threads of Morris dancing would emanate across the globe and find their way onto phones, tablets, desktops and laptops in places as far-flung as Argentina, Japan, Zimbabwe, the Solomon Islands and Sri Lanka. And then, Argentinians, Japanese, Zimbabweans, Solomon Islanders and Sri Lankans would watch, amazed, that a country which had had the world under its thumb for hundreds of years was all this time dancing about with jingly bells, well-ironed hankies, and clackety-clack sticks of hazel. One of the things that makes Morris dancing distinctive is you also wear bells on your shins, so you tinkle as you dance. Yeah. It really is, yeah, it's a wonderful thing to see. It was the first Thursday of September, and in Thornhill Working Men's Club, the men of Titanic Morris were warming up. The main hall had an acmeed wooden dance floor, flanked on 2 sides by uneven ranks of flimsy fold-up chairs. In front of the dance floor was an unusable lighting rig, which pointed at a small raised stage that occasionally hosted tribute acts, Santa's grottos, and an assortment of tombolas, raffles, and sweepstakes. Under the hall's searing strip lights, the men of Titanic Morris were raising their knees and elongating their hamstrings, and rolling their shoulders and flexing their necks. In years past, they had practiced over in Bittern, But due to the hall there being transformed into a hipster craft ale taproom, the men had shifted east to the city's outskirts, where time seemed to run a little slower. As they were stretching, double-stepping, skipping, capering, and sauntering about the hall, Greg McCulian shuffled through the double doors. All turned to look. "Hello, hello," said Dave, the squire of Titanic Morris. "New blood," remarked Colin, the foreman of Titanic Morris. "Is this the Morris dancing?" asked Greg. "That's right, my lad. This is the Morris," said little Dave, the bagman of Titanic Morris. "You've just heard the words, squire, foreman, and bagman, which are, you'll gather, terms related to the Morris. And if I thought you really cared about the Morris, then I'd explain them. But I know you're here for Greg McCulian, not the Morris. And if you actually do care about the Morris, then you probably already know what a squire, a foreman, and a bagman are, so you don't need me to tell you." "What age are you then?" Dave followed on. "Sorry?" "Don't be sorry, lad. Tell us your age." The question of age seemed to have summoned Titanic Morris towards Greg, and they gathered around him in a ragged semicircle where macularly degenerated eyes and rubbery ears were watching and paying attention to his answer. "I'm 37. And a sigh went around the room. Little Dave muttered the words, "late 30s," but the others opined that this might have been considered mid-30s. While it's not worth explaining what a squire, foreman, and bagman are, it is worth explaining why a bloke of 37 is anything to remark upon. So, if you ask the organisations claiming to speak for the Morris what the average age of a dancer was, then the Morris Federation, the Morris Ring, Open Morris, and others would tell you that the average Morris dancer is 53 and a woman. The men of Titanic Morris, then, were not strictly speaking your typical Morris side. Firstly, by being men, and secondly, by being around 60 on average, and this increasing every year, as Dave the Squire liked to joke. In Titanic Morris, men in their mid-40s were referred to as nippers, tykes, and toddlers. And if anyone in their 30s joined, then these members would be called babies, embryos, and glints in the milkman's eye. Of course, partly because of this, there were no members in their 30s, and the joke that Titanic Morris was slowly sinking was enjoyed by all with that grim, rough-and-tumble humour of proper men. As you probably guessed, Titanic Morris prided themselves on their links to the history of the Titanic and its fatefully doomed voyage. And their black and red cross-stitch insignia featured a large ship hitting an iceberg. But anyway, now that Greg McCulian had come along, perhaps things were about to change. Perhaps there was going to be a new member, and a new member in their 30s to boot. As they stood around him, little Dave was doing the mental arithmetic and planning to drop a new iceberg-sized fact in the pub later on, that the inclusion of this 37-year-old brought their average age down by well over a year. Greg smiled fixedly. This was partly because he was chuffed that anyone would be paying attention to him, because the world rarely paid attention to Greg McCulian, unless they were taking the piss out of him. But also, his smile was something of a mask. It was a mask that hid the confusion and terror that any normal person would feel when the eye of the Morris descends upon you. And right now, it was firmly upon Greg. And then he engages in dancing, and they end up at the pub afterwards, as is very traditional for Morris dancers. And he is asked to kind of come up to a kind of politburo of the head Morris men, who question him about his family to allow him into the side. And I just want to read, this is a short reading, and then I've got a paragraph left to read, but this kind of gives you a sense about this idea about kind of the Morris maybe as an archive of family, working class families. From his backpack, little Dave took out a large ring-bound plastic folder and cleared some space for it on the table. Greg was in a small group of other dancers standing near the bar and had just finished his second packet of ready salted crisps. The men were talking of gardening and wives and grandchildren and DIY and the ABV of Romsey Best. And of course they were also talking of the Morris. First of all, the Morris, talk about Morris. Greg knew nothing about gardening or wives or grandchildren or DIY or what ABV actually stood for. And he found it odd that amid the diversity of these subjects, the thing he was actually best qualified to talk about was the Morris. Greg, Patrick was tapping him on his shoulder. Think the CCCP want to speak with you. Patrick pointed over to the booth near the back of the pub, which contained Dave, Colin, and Little Dave. All three were beckoning him over in a well-choreographed wave. Right, said Greg, and shuffled towards them. So then, Mush, first practice out of the way, said Greg. A lifetime of Morris awaits, said Colin, as he lifted up his tankard in salute. Greg nodded and raised his half pint of lager. The three men shared a withering glance at his choice and size of beverage. Morris dancers like real ale. They look down on lager often. But the best we get through these forms. So we'll need your full name, Greg, said Little Dave as he pushed himself back on the banquette and clicked his pen into readiness. Greg told them that his name was Gregory Sean Nakulian. Dave tapped his chin with his index finger. Nakulian, I know that name. Greg confirmed that the name came from Ireland and that there had been a few of them still about in the city. Well, there had been. Now there was only him and his uncle Bernard, but they didn't really speak. Colin chimed in. Was your dad a brickie? Greg shook his head. Though he mentioned that his uncle Bernard and his brickie, was a brickie, and his nan dad had been a brickie too, Colin nodded to Dave and Little Dave. It was now Little Dave's turn. Yeah, my brother Lenny knew old man Nakulian, worked with him building a wing of the General Hospital back in the 80s. Greg nodded and said that it wouldn't surprise him. His nan dad had been well known. What do you do then, Greg? Asked Dave. Greg told them he was a shop assistant. Full-time now, here in Bitten, but he lived in Thornhill Park up the road. Right, slow down, said Colin, as Little Dave scribbled notes on the form. Hope I'm not speaking out of turn, but weren't there a suicide in the family a while back? Greg paused. He was wondering how the prevalence of suicide in a family might relate to Morris dancing. But then he was only new, and there may have been some odd Morrissey checklist whose prying and insensitive questions might, in the end, make some sense. So he confirmed that, yes, there had been a suicide in the family a long time ago. His Aunt Betty, who, he added, he'd never met, though he grew up in her old bedroom. And your mum was Sharon Nakulian. This was Little Dave again. Greg said that yes, his mum was called Sharon Nakulian. He'd added that she died a few years back from another stroke. She was buried just across the way in St Moctors. And didn't your mum get diddled by that chip shop owner, James Radley? Asked Dave. Greg paused again. That he was the bastard son of James Radley was, strictly speaking, a family secret. And again, the relevance of being a bastard son to traditional English folk dance was eluding him. But the steady eyes of the men felt heavy on him. So Greg said, yes, that had happened, though he had never had a relationship with James Radley and didn't think of him as his dad. The three men sat back and nodded to themselves and to each other. Greg was starting to see that he had underestimated this thing called the Morris. They were like collectors, or builders maybe. It seemed now to Greg that among the minds of the men of Titanic Morris, a great wall of collective memory had been built up, over years and over generations. It was a wall maintained by gossip and griping, and the retelling of tales and truths about people the Morris men knew and thought they knew. It was a wall of grievances and reminiscences, of rumours and boasts, of secrets and speculations, all mortared with pints of real ale, folk songs about doomed ships, and jingly bells worn about the lower leg. And so Greg gets a little bit drunk and then leaves, and he's at the bus stop, and there's a moment of reflection about his life. And I'll finish on this. If I can find the time, just
Okay.
2 minutes. Yeah. It may have been because he'd drunk more than usual, but he felt inclined to take another rare peek into the mirror of his life. Now that he was part of the side, Greg had the sinking feeling that he'd never leave Titanic Morris. Or maybe it wasn't a sinking feeling. Maybe that's just a cheap joke about the doomed voyage of the Titanic that I'm trying to shoehorn in. But if it wasn't a sinking feeling, then it was a feeling of inevitability. Yes, that's better. Inevitability was what he was feeling. Of course, some of us think we're action heroes, starring in the blockbuster film of our own lives. And for people who are the action hero type, they'll see inevitability as a fearful thing, because it seems limiting. But I think we're not action heroes at all, and there's no film of our lives, except maybe a few videos on the internet of us clubbing or having sex, or Morris dancing in front of Argentinian tourists. See, non-action hero people look at inevitability as a promise that will be kept. And good or bad, there's a comfort in that.
Thank you very, very much for this unforgettable presentation. And now is the time when we can ask questions and share comments about what you think about the book. Yes, I invite you. Yes, Richard.
Well, as a comment, just how appropriate the reading the book is for the theme of the workshop, how it connects to the talks I've heard today, and I'm sorry that I won't be here tomorrow to hear how it continues to link.
Thank you.
So yeah, thank you.
Yes, I have a question about being useful because it's an issue that it's with me the whole day since the first introduction, and the notion of usefulness and uselessness, right? So because I think that we are really trying in general, not here in particular, but in general, in this humanities discourse, we try to show everyone else that we are useful, right? That we have something important to say and we can make a change. And everybody is asking about the impact factor, right?
Yeah.
So, are you useful? And it's a terrifying question, to be honest. In general, not because I am in this discipline. I think in general this is a terrifying question. And I'm just wondering because, well, it's very connected, as it was said, with this capitalistic point of view of myself being a project that I should successfully prepare and just conduct, right? And if I fail, it's only my fault, not the system. And I'm just wondering, is it, for you as a writer, does it make sense to just being that much focused on presenting how we are useful as writers and scholars, literature scholars, language scholars, or maybe this is like our strength that we are not useful every time, right? And it doesn't have to be pragmatic every time. So maybe this is kind of way that we can overcome this notion of usefulness, because, well, we have to operate in this capitalistic system still, right? So just finding our ways inside of it, I think. maybe it's not true, but so I'm just curious about the ways that we can overcome this notion that is somehow a jail, I think, for us, this obsession of usefulness. And as I was hearing, as I was listening about this man who has obsession about collecting remains, right, and something that everyone else would say that it's rubbish. So maybe, do you think that this could be way that this is the strength of novel, as the main question of this panel, that it can be opposite of what is socially thought to be pragmatic or useful?
So I'm not very useful. I will happily admit that. But I also think we need to look at a theory of use when we say I'm not useful. You know, that doesn't mean you don't have any kind of value. Although we often couch use value in terms of does it literally chemically nourish you? Is it food? Does it shelter you from the elements? And I think actually there's something within, I think, or at least the working class, so if it isn't obvious, I come from a working class background. I was brought up in a council estate. I'm a single parent family. Sometimes my mother skipped meals in order to be able to feed her children. You know, there was quite a lot of difficulty, and I'm also interested to tell like stories about how sometimes the problems are systematic, but often they find their way into working class communities. So my mum, I told her, Mum, don't expect anything from me. I don't expect it. The best you will get is I shall be a poetic bum. and my mum was like, oh, right, so I can't expect you to be, you know, anything. I was like, no, don't expect it. And she was like a bit confused, but she didn't really know the language I was talking about. But she did used to say, oh, my Craig, he's a poetic bum. You know, and slightly not knowing what that kind of meant. At my dad's wake, which was in a working men's club, he worked on the railways, and when he died, I delivered the eulogy. And I was in the toilet, urinating next to a guy, and who was a workmate. And then as we're kind of zipping up, he says, "Your dad always said you were literary, and now I know what he means." and I realised there was you know, if I had been a car mechanic, you know, or if I'd been a bricklayer, you know, I would have instantly had been seen as, you know, as useful, and my mother and my dad would have kind of got it instantly. But I was always something of slightly an enigma to them. Sometimes they were kind of quite proud, but they never asked me about what I did because they assumed they wouldn't understand it. And I'm married to a middle-class woman, and her parents are constantly asking me about my career and what I'm doing and so on and so on. And it's always such a massively different experience. And from those friends that have like come from working class backgrounds, where they might now be actors or directors or people I know, they're like, yeah, my folks do not ask. They assume that it's not a proper job, and they're like, you're making money from that, or from acting, or from writing, and they're surprised. So I think the problem about talking about usefulness is also partly not just from the hegemonic orders on high, but it exists also within working class communities. You know, I was once at a working class writers roundtable, and we were going around talking about our experience. And one man told a story about a working class writer he'd seen give a speech. And he said, and he was using all these middle class words, and it was just totally inauthentic. I hated it. And I thought, wow, this guy's policing this guy's language, that he can't use polysyllables in an academic context. You know, and he was really avid that this man that he was talking about was a class traitor. And he said, you know, we use simple language. And I felt like there was a kind of internalized, you know, sort of suppression of, you know, you've got to be clear, obvious, useful. And in various ways I've experienced that. And so I'm also interested in how it's some of the pressure and the oppression comes internally from working class communities as well as from larger structures, larger social structures outside of those communities. They're deeply embedded in some ways. And that's also why I'm a nature writer, because I didn't know anything about nature, and then I discovered stuff about nature, and then I saw that I didn't have a vocabulary. And I once said to my mum, "Oh mum, in the back garden, there's a white bean tree there. Look, we grew up and there was all this time we had a white bean tree in our garden." And she went, "Craig, I'm just a normal person." and there's so much internalised policing around what you're allowed to know, what you're allowed to be, and things that don't make sense. And so you talked about the awkwardness of class. It's a deeply awkward kind of space I think I found myself in. And while I try and cover it up, I feel awkward a lot. I feel awkward talking to working class people that are still in those contexts because they don't even see me as working class. And I sometimes feel awkward about about the idea that I'm in these spaces because I would never think I would be. And the answer to the question, "Are you rich, Craig?" is yes. Now I don't know how much you earn, but for me, like I just automatically see myself as rich, given what I'm doing, and I feel very, very rich. And I know that not everyone will feel that way. But if you said to me, "Are you rich?" I'm like, "Absolutely, I'm loaded." But I also know that is because, and don't ask me for a loan, I probably can't. but that is also because of where I come from. I feel rich because my family had very, very little, and now I'm just basically secure.
So Ruslan is this main character figure, this having the archive. This is you.
No, actually, well, this is weird. One of the narrative questions is who is the narrator, and I think you find out that he's actually a member of the Morris, and he's a kind of quiet member of the Morris that's been too injured. So that's the kind of there's a little thing about that. There were some clues in the novel about who he is, but yeah.
What struck me as well was in your idea of in a way defining the identity of class, working class in England is, and from this affective perspective as well, is I would say the amount of pride that we have in the small stands, in the community that know each other so well and know the history of the families as well. Like this very traditional, conservative in a way, and pride, which I would say is a little bit different from, but maybe no, because we in Poland, I think that our working class is also defined by the idea of pride, but because of the different reasons, because of the communism, of course, and so like my idea is, my question is in England, the identity of the working class more connected with pride or shame? Because we were talking about shame a lot today, and this idea of the poverty as connected with tragedy, but here based on these excerpts, I would say that there was a lot of community and pride in the communities on sort of like different emotions, or it was mostly ironic. That this is like my question.
Yeah, I would just say that the Morris dancing is a very niche thing. Right? And when working class English people walk along, they go, "Who are those?" Insert homophobic comment.
Yeah.
Who are those blah blah blahs when they walk by? So it's actually quite an unusual structure, and that's why I wanted to write about it, because it's a structure like a social club that I think existed maybe differently. There was more when you had unions and many more working men's clubs. There was a sense of, even if they were going down for cheap beer, there was a sense of people you knew, and that's, I think in my generation, that's faded. And so something like the Morris it was a rare example of people from different generations sometimes coming together and talking and sharing stories. But that pride, I think, in craft, in work, has disappeared. There's a story about my grandfather who was an Irish brickie, and he was very, very slow, and the foreman was always having a go at him for being slow. But the story was, perhaps false, but the story was that he really laid really good walls. Like, he was very, very attentive. And so that's a family story that comes through. In fact, it's a story about pride and a story about not doing things fast and cheap. But I think with the pressures that have come up on the industrial working class, that's changed. I mean, is there an industrial working class in Europe? It's certainly not like it was in 1992, let's say. It's radically different. And so I think with that, there has been a dissolution of pride. And yeah, that small c conservative kind of idea of social pride. And I think often it's been replaced by, well, we see it, populism in many ways, and the people who often feel most excluded and most aggrieved are, not exclusively, but often white working class men. And these are the people that have actually genuinely economically suffered in the last 40 years. They're the people that are least likely to go to university, at least in the UK. The participation rates in university are unbelievably low for white working class boys. They are the demographic least likely to go to university by like 15 percentage points. You know, if you're black and working class, you're more likely to go to university in the UK than if you're white. So there is a big social problem around white working class boys, I think.
Yeah. Amazing. Okay, so if we do not have more questions for Craig, there will be lots of possibilities to continue this during the dinner, but also you could mention this.
Yes, if you'd like to buy a book, they're £10 or €11 or about 50 zloty would be the roughly equivalent. I've got a Revolt account. You can just take my details and we'll use the honour system. If you don't pay me, that's fine. But if you do pay me, thank you.
And you can get the copy there and ask for the signature of John. Craig Jordan Baker.